Good morning to you. Good morning, meowing. Good morning, Kev. How'd physical therapy go, Kevin? I hope it went well. I hope you're not in too much pain. I don't know what kind of physical therapy it is, but it's always painful. So, good morning, everybody. I'm a little rushing because I was late to do everything that I was supposed to do this morning, so I'm a little rushed. Hello, Oomph, how are you? Another round today? Okay. Well, I can't wait to hear tomorrow that you checked in and you made it through that second round. Hey, Josh, ahoy, matey. How's it going? Happy 421. Yay. 420 was fun. I had fun. I hope you guys had fun. Did you have a good 420? Did you have as good a 420 as you could? I forget the hair. It's just because I bought this beauty. She's so pretty. She's so pretty. I love her. She's very heavy, and she wasn't expensive. It was like $38, which I thought was a pretty good price. Maybe it's not, but it's like heavy glass too. I've already got to clean it because I did a little damage yesterday. But I'm very happy with it, and I love Bong Experience. I think I've enjoyed that very much. So I'm looking forward to adding that to my retinue. Is that a thing? Ahoy, loungers. Hi, Jane. Broke my back after getting hit by a car. Oh, Kevin. Oh, my baby. Kevin, I'm always so worried about you. I love you so much. I'm so sorry. Oh, babes. I'm glad you're getting some physical therapy, and I hope... God, broke your back. I can't even believe that. Oh. Good morning. Good morning, all. It's Tuesday. And this is Wake and Bake with Lolo, and I'm Lolo. I'm your host for this. And hi, Dan, how are you? And I am going to be, sorry, I have to do some things in the morning now that prevent me from going live early, but I got to tell you, I have a certain amount of FOMO. Like, I miss going live really early in the morning because I feel like I've almost missed all the news when I do it this late. But I guess it's not really that way, is it? I haven't missed the news, unfortunately. All right. And, well, the good news is this morning I was listening to the Chris Wright hearing on Department of Energy's budget request for 2027, and he is really a very annoying little person. All right, Chris Wright, who's the Secretary of Energy, he was found by Doug Burgum. He's from the private sector, and he is the kind of Uriah Heepism of him, and his kind of like, oh, yes, I share that concern with you. Of course, Senator. Of course. And you're like, you don't believe a fucking thing. Like, this guy would drown a kitten and probably has a dead prostitute somewhere in his background. You know what I mean? Like, this guy is so fucking sketch that I cannot even take him seriously. And he's a fucking mealy-mouthed billionaire blowjobber. That's who he is. He's a billionaire blowjobber. He loves to give blowjobs to billionaires. And frankly, I think blowjobs are disgusting. So that's the worst thing I can say about him. Good morning. Welcome to Wake and Bake. We're talking blowjobs and energy secretaries this morning. No, actually what we want to do is join what, I don't know if it's in progress or not, but join the Kevin WARSH Fed chair thing, Fed chair nomination hearing. And he's the one who's replacing, supposedly, hi Esmeralda, how are you, darling? He's the one who's replacing, I can't even remember now. Oh yeah, Jerome Powell. So we're going to kind of jump into it. And then I have quite a few things to read. So we've got a full show today for you here at Lolo's Lounge. It's a full show. All right, let's get into it. Let me see what's going on, if this works. I'm not really sure. It probably won't. Okay, that's fine. Weird. How about the YouTube? Can I just see? Is it possible? No, you don't have a link to that.
The reason why I prefer mono.
Okay, wait. Here we go. Ooh, that's him? God, he's a idiot-looking guy. All right. I've got it going on. Oh, my God. Tim Scott is the head of this this committee. Oh, gross. You know who else is on this committee, though, is Elizabeth Warren. She's the ranking member, so from that standpoint, at least you might get some. But unfortunately, it's Tim Scott. Tim fucking Scott. Do we have subtitles? Subtitles. There we go. All right, let's hit it. This is the nomination hearing of Kevin Warsh. What time is Natchez? That's at 6 p.m. Pacific. Natchez, the documentary, is playing tonight in Discord at 6 p.m. Pacific, 9 p.m. Eastern. Hi, Honey Max.
Prices go up, and paychecks have not kept pace. Too many parents are stretching every single dollar they have just to cover the basics. And too many workers are wondering when the economy will start to feel stronger at their kitchen table, not just on paper. Congress, President Trump, and his administration are focusing on fixing the disastrous mistakes of Bidenomics to restore Americans' confidence in our economy. Through efforts like the Working Families Tax Cut bill, we are helping Americans keep more of their hard-earned money. Compared to the average tax return under President Biden over 4 years, the average return is up 24% since then. Just in the last year, the average tax return is now around $3,400, an 11% increase because President Trump and his leadership decided to focus on hardworking Americans who are struggling to make ends meet, paycheck to paycheck. Nearly half the country, half the returns filed in 2026 claimed either a deduction for tipped income, overtime earnings, senior citizens, or auto loan interest for major parts of the Working Families Tax Cut bill that every single person on this dais to the right voted for. Under President Trump's leadership, Americans are keeping more of their hard-earned money, about $300 more every month. It is necessary that Congress continues to put money back in the hands of everyday Americans, and that is why it is important, and I want to be clear here, that is why it is important that we confirm Kevin Warsh to be the Federal Reserve Chair. The Federal Reserve has a clear dual mandate to promote stable prices and maximum employment. The policies of the Fed therefore directly affect Americans' cost of living and their income. And when the Fed is successful in fulfilling its dual mandate, affordability improves, with Americans taking home more money and paying less for everyday necessities. Unfortunately, in recent years, the Fed has faced real challenges. There have been questions about its decisions, its focus, and whether it has engaged in issues far outside its jurisdiction. Under the Biden administration, the Federal Reserve appeared to move with the political winds, raising real concerns about politics and weaponizing one of the most powerful weapons we have for good economically, the entire Federal Reserve System. For example, under the Biden administration, the Fed pushed climate-focused initiatives only to reverse that climate agenda as soon as President Trump took office. When actions appear to shift with changing political priorities, it can undermine confidence in the independence of this great institution. An independent Federal Reserve is essential to achieving its mission. Markets depend on it. Families depend on it, and that independence must be protected. The American people expect the Federal Reserve to stay focused on the economy, not politics. Today's hearing is an opportunity to refocus the Federal Reserve on its dual mandate to increase economic stability and affordability for everyday Americans. Kevin Warsh is battle-tested and brings the necessary experience from his time as a Federal Reserve governor during the Great Recession. During his first term as governor, he helped our economy through the crisis and restored faith in the economy. He has seen the economy in its darkest days and understands how economic decisions affect job growth, our economy, and the opportunities that we have come to love as Americans. We want every citizen in this country to have a chance to live their version of the American dream. And that means having our private sector economy running as strong as possible, which means your focus has to be on everyday Americans and not politicians, not the political wins, but on everyday Americans who desperately want to restore their confidence in our institutions. Today, this committee will examine the plans Mr. Warsh has for his return to the Fed, this time as chair, and how he plans to lead the institution at a critical moment to deliver lower cost and real relief for working families. For folks back home in the great state of South Carolina and across the country, the goal is simple. They want lower costs and more opportunities. The Federal Reserve plays a key role in bringing prices down and helping wages go up. Confirming Kevin Warsh will make sure that affordability is at the center of our economic agenda. Senator Warren is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And if I may, I just want to start by saying one of our members lost a child yesterday. And I know our hearts go out to Mark Warner and his family, and that is true on both sides of the aisle, that we may disagree on policies, and we may do so vigorously, but when it comes to the safety and security and the health of our families, I know we are as one, and we are praying for them.
And Ranking Member,
Thank you.
I think it'd be appropriate for us to take a few seconds of silence on his behalf. 36 years old, the one thing you don't want to do as a parent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and appreciate all you do.
Okay.
So we should not
Sharon
be
Brown.
having this
Hi,
hearing
Badger,
today.
Badger.
And here's the context. First, over the past year, President Trump has racked up one economic failure after another, and Americans know that. Consumer
I'm
sentiment
getting some
just
pipe
hit
cleaners
its lowest
today,
level on record
Grace
ever.
Lisa.
Inflation is rising, and families are paying more for groceries, more for health care, more for utilities, more for housing, all thanks to Trump's chaotic tariffs and one big beautiful bill. And now his war with Iran is putting American troops in harm's way and further driving up the cost of nearly everything here at home. Second, in your testimony, you said it's perfectly fine for elected officials to state their views on interest rates. But that is not what Donald Trump is doing. The president has repeatedly and illegally attempted to take over the Fed. His bogus attacks on Governor Lisa Cook and Chair Powell were designed to threaten all the members of the Fed to do Trump's bidding and open more spots for Trump flunkies. Why try to end the independence of the Fed? Because Trump's economic failures are causing him political problems, and he wants the Fed to use monetary policies to artificially juice the economy in the short term, and this is his last chance to do that before the November elections. Having a sock puppet in charge of the Fed would also give the president access to the Fed's powerful authorities to enrich himself, his family, and his Wall Street buddies. It could mean granting special accounts to his family's crypto company or bailouts to his friends on Wall Street if they get into trouble. In other words, a Fed under Donald Trump's control creates more opportunities for Trump's corruption. Third, the nominee before us today, Kevin Warsh, is uniquely ill-suited for the job as Fed chair. In our meeting last week, we discussed the 2008 financial crash, where 8 million people lost their jobs, 10 million people lost their homes, and millions more lost their life savings. Giant banks, however, got hundreds of billions of dollars in bailouts. Mr. Warsh was a Fed governor from 2006 to 2011. That's before, during, and after the crash. And he said to me that he has no regrets about anything he did. So let's take a deeper dive into Mr. Warsh's record. In the years leading up to the 2008 financial crisis, he was an enthusiastic cheerleader for credit default swaps and complex securitizations. He dismissed repeated and increasingly urgent concerns from housing advocates across the country regarding subprime mortgages. He refused to use the Fed's authorities to address the risks that were building in the financial system. And when the crisis hit and the economy blew up, Warsh took on the job of Wall Street's personal liaison on the Fed board. He was quick to respond to concerns from Wall Street CEOs, and he worked tirelessly to arrange multi-billion-dollar bailouts for them with nothing for American families. No regrets, he says.
I still have my Warren for President t-shirt.
After the crash, most people on the Fed saw millions of Americans unemployed, people who had lost their homes, and said now might be a good time to lower rates and make the cost of borrowing cheaper for businesses to avoid more layoffs, and make it cheaper for Americans who are worried about paying their mortgages or their credit cards. But not Mr. Warsh. Nope. He wanted to keep interest rates high. And he sang the same song for more than a decade, even as the economy struggled. When the job of Fed chair became available during Trump's first term as president, Warsh held on to his high interest rate inflation hawk views, and Trump passed him by. Regretful, he soon reversed course and called for the Fed to pause interest rate hikes. Then, once Trump left office, Mr. Warsh flipped again and was even criticizing the Fed for cutting rates in the fall of 2024. But as soon as Donald Trump became president a second time, Warsh reversed himself once more and began shouting from the rooftops about how the Fed should cut interest rates. Evidently, he learned his lesson. This time around, he sucked up to Donald Trump to snag his dream job. Mr. Chairman, last week, every single Democratic member of this committee asked that you postpone this hearing and instead conduct oversight on the president's role in directing bogus criminal probes into Chair Powell and Governor Cook. The Senate should not be aiding and abetting Donald Trump's illegal takeover of the Fed by installing his chosen sock puppet as chair. It's an invitation for corruption and for economic catastrophe. We have the power to stop
Charlie,
it, and we should be using that power.
Thanks for
Thank you,
coming
Mr.
by.
Chairman.
I appreciate that. Good to see you. Good morning. It was nice to see you guys in Al's. I stopped by.
There you have it.
That's right. There you have it.
I'll
Respond to
just
that.
say it
So
is
nice.
interesting
Thanks,
that we're
Charlie.
gonna
Thanks
hear
for the
from
thumbs
Senator
up.
Dave McCormick
Appreciate
in his
you.
introduction of Kevin Warsh, who was last time unanimously confirmed by the United States Senate. Unanimously confirmed by the U.S. Senate. Dave, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
That's not a
Ranking
flex.
Member Warren,
Shut the
distinguished
fuck up.
colleagues. It's really a great honor to introduce my friend Kevin Warsh and welcome him and Jane here today. Kevin has been a friend
Weird.
for many years. Winston Churchill observed that for great leaders there comes, and I
Okay,
quote, a
sweetie,
special moment
meowing, have a good
where they are
appointment.
figuratively tapped on the
Have a good appointment, meowing. We'll see you later. Hopefully, are you going to make the documentary? So before I have to head out. Okay. Yeah, hopefully we'll see you tonight on the documentary. See you later. Good luck on your appointment.
shoulder and offered the chance to do a very special thing. What a tragedy, he warned, if that moment finds them unprepared for that which would have been their finest hour. Colleagues, I'm here today to assure you, as someone who knows Kevin and who knows this institution, that Kevin Warsh could not be more prepared for this, his finest hour. There's no one more fitting, no one more qualified to face this consequential moment as the 17th chair of the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm not going to belabor Kevin's academic and professional record. They speak for themselves. Instead, I'd like to tell you about a man who Dina and I worked with decades ago and who has been someone I've called a friend for almost 30 years. President George W. Bush famously appointed Kevin to the Federal Reserve in 2006.
Exile, how are
Kevin
you?
was just 35.
Welcome. Good to see you.
He was the youngest appointed board member in history. But President Bush...
The documentary tonight, Sharon Brown, thank you for asking, is Natchez. It's a new documentary about Natchez, I think it's Louisiana, and it's like this antebellum town, but this documentary goes into the white residents and their like desire to hold on to a racist past. Yes, very nice to see you too. To hold on to a racist past, and then Mississippi. Thank you, Sharon. And then of course, black residents who have a very different history of Natchez. In fact, the same history, but we're on the receiving end. So, exactly. So it's supposed to be a very good documentary. I think it was made last year, but it's just been released this year. About Natchez, Mississippi. So it sounds like it's going to be interesting. It sounds like it's going to be really interesting. So that's tonight at 6 p.m. Pacific on Discord, and I'll put all the connects up on my social, on my Blue Sky, and on YouTube so that you can all click in at the time and watch the documentary with us. So there you go.
Saw in Kevin what I believe you will see in him with your questions today. Wisdom that belied his age, now deepened by experience. A moral clarity even in the most turbulent of times. A sharp and independent intellect.
Let's be careful with the word moral, David, or whatever your name is.
Further strengthened by decades
that's
immersed in unforgiving.
That's a big ask.
Global financial markets. And a deep, honest understanding of how the decisions made in the marble hallways of Washington affect the lives of hardworking Americans. Now, I, unlike many on this committee, have seen these virtues on display across decades of friendship. I first met Kevin in the late 1990s when he and my younger brother were junior associates on Wall Street. And a decade later, we served together in the crucible of the global financial crisis. I, as the Undersecretary of Treasury for International Affairs.
Take it from me, another white guy with millions of dollars. Take it from me. I think he's a great guy, and I am a guy who has millions of dollars, who's white, who works on Wall Street, or did. But really, believe me. I know, like, be careful talking about morals, okay? Because you ain't got any.
And Kevin on the
Sorry,
Fed board.
babes.
For nearly
That
2
ship
years, we
sailed.
worked hand in hand to contain the damage and navigate the country through the crisis. And I know that then Chairman Ben Bernanke relied heavily on Kevin during those turbulent times, and I did too. And I've continued to seek his counsel regularly in the years since. Now, Kevin came to Washington all those years ago as an outsider, an idealistic young man determined to serve his country, one who has succeeded beyond all
You got it,
expectations.
Exile. You fucking got it.
And he returns today as the ideal candidate
I don't think
to lead the
know what
Fed
Kevin
at this
is.
most crucial juncture. If confirmed, Kevin will inherit a Federal Reserve in need of repair and confronting serious uncertainty. An overextended balance sheet, a poor record.
I don't think Kevin has really reached his villain era yet. I think this is going to be Kevin's villain era. I realize he's always been a villain because he's definitely would manipulate monies for the benefit of rich people. So don't get it twisted. I'm sure he's always been evil, but I think he's really going to come into his villain era in this, right? Like that's what now he claims he's going to be super independent of the White House. I'm going to see how that works out. Hell yeah, let's go.
On inflation and a weak understanding of the profound opportunities offered in today's economy. He is uniquely suited to confront these challenges. He brings a reformer's heart. He will shake up a stagnant institution at a time when...
There's a backgrounder I just put in chat about Kevin Warsh. I haven't read it yet, to be honest. Yeah, he's Aaron Lauder's brother-in-law. There's actually a very big thread, I think, that Jenny Cohn put together that I have bookmarked that I'd love to go through today that talks about Kevin, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But there's a CNBC article about him. So just to give you a little flavor of who Kevin Warsh is, we'll read it and go through kind of his background after the hearing. But yeah, Kevin.
Change is sorely needed. He possesses a deep understanding of markets and is trusted by leaders across the financial industry. But he equally understands the real economy. Born and raised in upstate New York, he knows from personal experience how the actions of the Fed can change the lives of working families. It's no small thing. It's no small thing to know firsthand how an increase in
Teresa,
gas
that might be
prices or
did you
mortgage
share
rates
it? I think I have
or
a
an
bookmark.
uptick in unemployment affect everyday Americans. The Federal Reserve must not be ruled by pointy-head economists poring over outdated models and reams of market data. It needs a leader. It needs a leader who understands that the Fed's mandate of stable prices and maximum employment serves a higher purpose, the preservation of the American dream. Now, colleagues, Kevin Warsh has lived the American dream. I know in my heart he will always fight to keep that dream alive for all Americans. He is the right man for this pivotal moment, and I urge you not to get caught up in the politics of the moment and support his speedy confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator McCormick. I will now swear in the nominee. Will you please stand and raise your right hand? Do you swear that the testimony that you are about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Do you agree to appear and testify before any duly constituted?
Yeah, it was, you're right. It's Justice, it's Justice's thread, and I got it from Tina. That's why I thought Tina. Okay. Kevin Warsh may become richest Fed chair because he's married into the Louders. Oh, he's into Polymarket. Oh, shit. This guy's dirty as fuck. Oh, my God. He's dirty as fuck. Shit. God, give me boring Jerome Powell, for fuck's sake. I'd rather have him. I'm going to do that. Okay, sorry. Here we go.
To the committee of the Senate.
Jesus Christ.
You may sit down. Your written statement will be made part of the record in its entirety. Please keep your oral comments to 5 minutes. Mr. Warsh, you are now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your consideration today. I've known you for quite a while, and I certainly appreciate the many courtesies you've given me, not just since the president's not.
He looks like a Pokemon. He looks like a Pokemon. Which Pokemon does he look like? Wait, look at when his eyes are real open. What Pokemon is that? Wait, what Pokemon is that? I don't like Tim Scott saying oral. Yeah, right. What the fuck? Kevin, how many drugs did you take this morning? Doesn't he look fucking creepy? Charmander, what's that? Oh yeah, that's a Pokemon. Yeah. Not Pikachu. Nope. Maybe Charmander, but how many drugs did he do? How many drugs? I got what you meant, Sharon.
It's an honor to be with
you
you,
do all the drugs,
with Ranking Member
Kevin?
Warren, and with the
All
entire
of them?
committee.
Left nothing for Aaron?
I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for asking me to take on this public trust, because that's what it is, a public trust. The president believes that real economic growth in the U.S. and real take-home pay will accelerate. I share the president's confidence in our country and its people. America's economic growth potential is rising as we sit here today. I'm also especially happy that my wife Jane is here. She's been with me for many of the most important moments in my life. I'm grateful for her love and her personal accomplishments. I reciprocate that with somewhat of my own love, though I'm a little more stoic than she. And about every 20 years, I reintroduce her to this committee. She sat behind me 20 years ago, and it was almost 20 years ago to the day. And so let me offer today what I said then. Jane, happy anniversary.
Thank you, Jay. Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime.
I'm also thinking of my late mom and dad. They were paying great attention to this hearing 20 years ago. They're no longer with us, but I was always proud of them and the values they taught me, and I hope they'd be proud of me today. We start today with a note of broad agreement, even though we might have heard different narratives at the outset of this hearing. This is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy. As a former Fed governor and friend or colleague of the last 5 Fed chiefs, from whom I've learned plenty of lessons, I'm particularly alert to the challenges and opportunities confronting the institution that I cherish, the Federal Reserve. To the President, to the Congress, the nation, I owe my best judgment and my most faithful efforts in serving the mission that you and Congress assigned to the Federal Reserve, including full employment and stable prices. The American people are counting on the Fed to deliver on its commitments, perhaps now more than ever. The real highlights of my life are not on my resume, as Senator McCormick said. They include the individuals with whom I worked and from whom I learned. I graduated from high school in upstate New York. I had some exceptional teachers there and some brilliant classmates. I've learned we're lucky in life if we start out with good influences in learning and in character. A public school education gave me both of these, and I'm grateful. I made my way to Stanford and found myself in the company of some of the most highly accomplished economists and policymakers. George Shultz, former Secretary of State and Treasury, was among the great patriots at the Hoover Institution, who I came to know as a teacher, mentor, and friend. He passed away right after COVID at age 100, but I still feel him with me. I could not have imagined a better formative experience than working from and learning from folks like him. I could tell you about all the things I learned, but maybe the most important was to be around people completely devoted to the ideas and ideals of our country. Silicon Valley in the early 90s, another fitting backdrop for all of the things we confront today. I found myself in the right place at the right time. The U.S. was at the vanguard of a new era of technological leadership, and I just looked out my door to see it. Now, in the last 15 years, I've gained deep experience in macro and in markets, working with Stan Druckenmiller. He never held a position in government, but is no less a patriot. He never got a PhD in economics, but I don't know a finer economic thinker. Without their guidance and the guidance of Condi Rice, my friend and I should say my boss at the Hoover Institution, I doubt I would be sitting before you today as the president's Fed chairman nominee. But I'm certain of one thing. Absent their tutelage, absent their example, I would not be as prepared for the urgent, mission-critical task at hand. In between these bookend experiences, I served quite a while ago as a governor at the Federal Reserve. At the onset of the financial crisis, as Senator Warren said, our central bank played an indispensable role, and we benefited enormously from the credibility that our predecessors had built up and passed down to us, governors of the Fed at the time. In these unusual and exigent circumstances, I saw the Fed and its people at their very best. But I also witnessed an institution that was tempted to play a larger role in the economy and society. So let me be very clear. Monetary policy independence is essential. Monetary policy makers must act in the nation's interest. Their decisions the product of rigor, deliberation, and unclouded decision-making. And as Senator Warren said, I do not believe that independence of monetary policy is threatened when elected officials state their views on rates. Fed independence is up to the Fed.
This guy is going to be capitalism up your butthole. That's right. He's going to be capitalism, capitalism, capitalism all day long. Trickle down all day long. Trickle, 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 trickle. Oops, did it not trickle? Wait, it didn't trickle? I thought it was going to trickle. Yeah, it's just, I know. What the fuck is with his breathing? I mean, I get it. If you're nervous, that's fine. But yeah, he's exactly. Fuck capitalism and this crapitalism. I love that. Thank you, Exile. That's a great one. Crapitalism. Yeah, piss trickling, maybe.
3 implications. First, Congress is tasked with the mission to ensure price stability. Inflation is the Fed's choice. Second, Fed independence is at its peak in the conduct of monetary policy. And third, as the chairman said, the Fed must stay in its lane. I'm committed to ensuring that the conduct of monetary policy remains strictly independent, equally committed to work with the administration and Congress on non-monetary matters that are part of the Fed's remit.
No, man, it's the 20th.
And I commit myself to accountability.
Don't say that, Pep.
Finally, I'll just say this, Mr. Chairman.
Fuck, it's the 21st.
Milton Friedman had a phrase that always stayed
Epstein
with
files?
me.
Hell yeah, he is.
He always worried about government officials that lured and hung around with what he called the tyranny of the status quo. Status quo practices and policies are especially harmful when the world is changing this fast. If confirmed as chairman, I will be faithful to the Constitution, to the Federal Reserve Act, and to the very best of the Fed's traditions. I believe a reform-oriented Fed can make a real difference to the American people. And if confirmed, I will seek to create an environment in which the best people do their best work.
The mustache guy's birthday. That's right. April.
Candor and goodwill will go a long way in pursuing
Pepper.
those objectives.
I'm so sorry.
And I suspect this hearing, Mr. Chairman, will put us to the test. It's a real privilege to be here.
Thank you, sir. I will say that we typically
Tom.
stick to a 5-minute opening comments. I would encourage all of us to stick with our 5 minutes as it relates to our question and answers. We have full attendance today, and it's going to be really important for us to stick as closely to the 5 minutes as possible. If we go over by much, you'll hear me, which is an indication that you're already over, and I'll do my very best to keep us on time. The future of finance in the world seems to have a major component of it being digital assets. The market structure legislation we don't want your comment on, but the important role of the blockchain in the future is another really important part of the future of our economy. I will spend some time talking about affordability and the importance of the independence of the Fed. One of the things I've appreciated about your previous comments is the importance that you have placed on the dual mandate, stable prices, which...
I'm going to remind something about Tim Scott and the Fed chair. Can I just remind you of a little scene that took place at a building site last year? Can I remind you about that? Where Tim Scott thought he'd be cute and thought he would pull some paperwork on the goddamn building project for the Federal Reserve that Trump was trying to skewer Jerome Powell over, okay? Tim Scott pulled the wrong data, gave Trump bad information about the project, and on public television, or national television, was humiliated when Jerome Powell said, those aren't the right numbers. That was Tim motherfucking simp ball-sucking cock Scott. That's who was doing that. That's who fucking sycophanted his way to give Trump bad information to think he was going to be cute and try and catch Jerome Powell in a big controversy, only to be made a complete and utter fool of in front of everyone. Because, and how did it do for you, Tim? How's it going for you? Because you've been passed over for fucking everything. So was it worth it? Did you work it? Did you back up, flip it, and reverse it? I mean, come on, Tim. This is so fascinating that you would be the one sitting there in charge of the banking committee when you can't even fucking read financial statements or a P&L on a building project. You fucking idiot. God, man.
Typically comes through the
Stop
form
being
of
such a
interest
fucking
rate changes as
asshole.
well as promoting maximum employment. I think those two will become more challenging in the current environment. One, obviously, the second one being the AI and the future of full employment. You've criticized the Federal Reserve for getting too big, mismanaging inflation. I'm sure you know the definition of transitory, so I won't ask you, but I got a feeling you know, and some of your predecessors did not. Compromising the independence of the Fed. I think we should spend more time on finance, less time on climate change, on politics, on who is or who's not in charge. I think you would agree on those issues, though I will not ask you. I will ask you, however,
Heck,
that
I'm
under
sorry
your
that
leadership,
fucking YouTube is
how will you
censoring
steer
you.
the
I'm so
Federal
sorry.
Reserve to address the real life issues
Hi,
of
Michael.
affordability?
Hi,
Is my first
Haggard.
question. And my second question will be about how do you make sure that the Federal Reserve stays out of the lane of external influences?
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. There's probably no more pressing question than the cost of living. We know at the Federal Reserve that price stability was an objective that you and your colleagues gave to the Fed. So when, over the course of the last several years, especially after COVID, when prices went up to the tune of 25 to 35% for virtually all deciles of the American people, that's an indication that the Fed missed its mark. And we are still dealing with the legacy of the policy errors in 2021 and 2022. Once you let inflation take hold in the economy, it's more expensive and harder to bring it down. And so the fatal policy error going back 4 or 5 years is still a legacy that we're dealing with. We need, in my judgment, fundamental policy reforms to fix it. And while it's true that inflation is less problematic, meaning the rate of change in prices is less severe than it was some years ago, hardworking Americans are no doubt feeling it. I think that means a regime change in the conduct of policy. I think that means a different new inflation framework. I look forward to working with my colleagues at the Fed, if confirmed, to achieve that. I think it means, as you suggested, using tools differently. The Fed has an interest rate tool and a balance sheet tool. My view is the interest rate tool gets in the cracks. It's fairer. The balance sheet tool disproportionately helps those with financial assets. The interest rate tool hits the entire economy. So we need a new framework, new tools, and I'd also say, Mr. Chairman, new communications.
Yes.
I think part of the reason why, after making a mistake in 2021 and 22, the mistake was compounded is the Fed gives its forward guidance. The Fed tells the whole world what their dots are going to be, what their
Kevin is just the same as all of them. He is not going to be any different. He is going to toe the line of the billionaires. He is a billionaire. He's a multi-billionaire. So he does not, yeah, exactly. He's giving a slightly more vocabularied Jesse Waters. Exactly. That's a great pep. That's a great description. So Kevin is evil. Sorry, not sorry.
forecasts are going to be. Well, the Fed's human. Then they hold on to those forecasts longer than they should. I think if the Fed were to wait until it gets into a meeting before making a decision, that incremental deliberation can keep the central bank from compounding its errors. I think these are big changes that are needed, and if confirmed, I look forward to doing it.
Thank you very much. Ranking Member Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So the Fed has been plagued by deeply disturbing ethics scandals in recent years involving at least 6 Fed officials. So it's critical that the next chair have no financial conflicts, none. You have more than $100 million in investments that you have refused to disclose to ethics officials and to the public. So let me ask, do the Juggernaut Fund or the THSDFS LLC invest in any companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles established by Jeffrey Epstein?
Senator Warren, thank you. So let me first share a point of agreement with you. The Fed has 2 tools. One is its monetary policy, and the second is its credibility. And the scandals that you talked about, the ethics
Mr.
problems
Warsh,
you
I
talked
appreciate
about,
that, but I
went to
see
the
you're
core
at
of
time.
credibility that has hurt
Could
the
you
Fed.
answer my question, please? I asked. You have $100 million in undisclosed assets. And what I'm asking is, are any of those with this outfit that invests in companies affiliated with President Trump or his family, companies that have facilitated money laundering, Chinese-controlled companies, or financing vehicles set up by Jeffrey Epstein? It's a yes or no question.
Senator, I have worked tirelessly with the ethics officials at the Office of Government
Yes,
Ethics.
and you have not
come to an
revealed
ethics agreement
$100
with
million
them
in
and have
assets.
agreed, Senator,
It's a
to
yes or
sell
fucking no
all of my
question.
financial
That's not my
assets,
question. Mr.
including
Warsh, are
the
you
Duquesne
refusing
assets.
to tell us if you have investments, for example, in vehicles set up to advance Jeffrey Epstein? Is that what you're telling us? You just won't tell us?
Senator, what I'm telling you is that those assets that you represent at Juggernaut will be sold if I'm confirmed before
let me
I take
follow up.
office and sign the oath of
God.
office.
Let me follow up
So
on
that's
that.
a yes.
Will you at
That's a
least
yes.
disclose
Fucking
how
hell.
you plan to disclose and divest these secret assets? I'm sure you understand that the public might question your motives if, for example, billionaire Stanley Druckenmiller, who you honored in your opening statement, and who makes a living guessing what the Fed will do next, cuts you a massive check for $100 million as you take the oath of office to become the new Federal Reserve Chair.
Senator, as you know, it sounds like your fight might not be with me, but the Office of Government Ethics. I have come to full agreement with them and have agreed to divest all of those assets,
I'm asking you
especially
a very
those that you
straightforward
referenced
question,
before I
Mr.
take the oath
Warsh,
of office.
and that is, will you disclose how you divest those assets, or will you just collect a check for $100 million from someone whose whole business is betting on what the Fed will do?
As I said to the ethics officials at the Federal Reserve and the Office of Government Ethics,
I'll
they agreed,
take that as a
I would
no
be
as well.
redeeming my
So
assets
Donald
before
Trump
I take
has
office.
made clear that he does not want an independent Fed. In fact, he has said, and I quote, "Anybody that disagrees with me will never be Fed chairman." And he's made clear that you are his sock puppet, saying last week that interest rates will drop, quote, "when Kevin gets in." Yeah, I think they do. Not when economic conditions change, we'll get lower rates. Not when the economy needs it. Nope. He said, when my guy, Kevin Warsh, is in there, we'll get the interest rates that I, Donald Trump, wants. So independence takes courage. Let's check out your independence and your courage. We'll start easy. Mr. Warsh, did Donald Trump lose the 2020 election?
We try to keep politics, if I'm confirmed, out of the Federal
I'm just
Reserve.
asking a factual question. I need to know, I need to measure your independence and your courage.
Senator, I believe that this body certified that election many years ago.
That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking, did Donald Trump lose in 2020?
And I'm suggesting you in
I'm
2020, the
suggesting you
Fed
can't
made
answer that.
a huge inflation problem, and you certified the election.
So
We
let
need
me
to keep
ask you
politics
another
out of
question.
monetary policy.
In our
and
meeting,
monetary
you said
policy out
you
of
would
politics.
be independent because you're, quote, a tough guy. Those were your words, tough guy. And you will be able to stand up to President Trump. So let's try it again. Name one aspect of President Trump's economic agenda with which you disagree.
Well, Senator, the Federal Reserve in recent years has wandered outside of its remit, wandered into other
I'm
areas.
asking for something
That's
you
not something
disagree
I'm
with
prepared to
Donald
do.
Trump on.
If I'm
Just
confirmed,
one
the Federal
one
Reserve should stay in
economic
its
issue.
lane.
Just one little place where you disagree with Donald
Well, I
Trump.
do have a disagreement, actually, Senator, with the president. I think even this morning, he said that he thought I was out of central casting. I think central casting, I'd look older, grayer, and maybe show up here with a cigar of sorts.
Quite adorable. But you know, we need a Fed chair who is independent. That's the only way we preserve the independence of the Federal Reserve. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have the courage and you don't have the independence.
I agree with you on independence, Senator.
Senator Rounds, on finance, less time on.
Here, that I should be previewing for you what a future decision that Scott and Senator Warren mentioned, critically
I think
important.
I fucked up. I'm so
But
sorry.
independence has to be earned, and it's earned by delivering on the promises, the commitments that the Fed has made. And as the Fed hasn't delivered on those promises, we shouldn't be surprised that we hear politics that are entering the room at the Fed. We need to get the politics out of it so the Fed can focus on its day job, deliver on full employment and stable prices.
It's true that people want to see stability within the Fed, but is it okay for a Fed governor or a chairman to change their mind on a particular policy?
It's more than okay, it's essential. Economics is not physics, it's not math.
Hey, TV2,
Frankly, most of us that ended up in the economics business, we started like I did as a math major. It was too hard.
Sending love right back
So
to
we
you
end up in
yours. Thank
economics.
you. Have
In
a
economics,
wonderful
what we
day.
need to do is focus to the left of the decimal point, not to the right of the decimal point. We need to focus on the big things. And if mistakes are made, central bankers, economic policymakers need to correct them fast. The real mistakes, the mistakes that cause inflation to be persistent, to undermine hardworking Americans' standard of living, and when those mistakes go on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Senator Reed.
Mr. Chairman, before we start the next question, I ask that we have entered into the record the U.S. Office of Government Ethics certification, which requires that all nominees disclose all of their assets, and showing that Mr. WARSH is out of compliance and that he has not met the ethics requirements.
Without objection, I will note, however, that what has been clearly articulated is that he will, according to his agreement with OGE, do what many others have done as well within 90 days.
Listen, I understand what they're trying to parse words here. The bottom line is this. What she's asking is that those assets are undisclosed in terms of if they're related to Trump businesses, which I can remind you that just yesterday I read an article to you about the AI guy and the XAI guy and how he had private shares of fucking XAI that he sold and made lots of money on based on decisions he was in charge of making. So guess what? The question of whether or not assets that a person holds are tied to Trump businesses or other things is very relevant and has very little to do with even the redemption of those assets. That's fine. Go ahead and redeem them all you want. But the point is, yeah, you'll follow the law on that. You should also, from a fucking ethical standpoint, admit what are the nature of the assets that you hold, because conflict of interest is real. And even before you're nominated, you must disclose that. That there should be no question. There should be no hesitation. So clearly, what are you trying to hide? If you don't want us to jump to that conclusion, then I think you need to be a little more forthcoming, Mr.
Not only in
Billionaire.
compliance, but to have divested himself from any assets that are in question.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask? I don't think we've had other nominees who are out of compliance and not disclosing at the time they come before the hearing.
Not on this committee, that's correct.
Not in this committee.
Before we Here's what we're not going to do.
Fair enough.
We're not going to have two chairmen, for sure.
Just asking.
Number one. Number two, what we're also not going to do is debate what we're putting into the record. And finally, what we are going to do is have a conversation about America's economy. And frankly, we all deserve the opportunity to ask our questions. We don't get to figure out the answers, but we do get to ask our questions. And I hope that we are able to continue in that direction. As long as we are, we're going to have a very good hearing. And if we're not, then I will find a way to help us to expedite getting back on track. Senator Reid.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Walsh.
What the fuck was that all about? I know, Tim Scott's an idiot. What the fuck is all of that about? I don't even understand what he just said. And I would say, how dare you not going to have two chairmans? How fucking dare you? She has just as much a right to say and expound on her points as you fucking do. I mean, limited, yeah. I mean, you just don't want to answer the question. You just admitted that no one who came before that committee had not disclosed the assets that they held. You just admitted that this is an aberration. It's so dumb.
Until you dispose of all the assets you've identified to the Office of Government Ethics, you will not be in compliance. Is that correct?
My understanding is that a signed ethics agreement provides duties and responsibilities on me and duties and responsibilities on the government, and that's what the nature of the ethics agreement is.
You have an agreement that within 90 days you will dispose of all your assets. All your assets. Is that correct?
Senator, I have an agreement within 90 days so that there is no appearance of anything inappropriate, that I would divest all of my assets, the majority of which before sworn in. What I've disclosed, Senator, is all the information that is mine to disclose. I've shared all information about assets that I control and that I can share, which I did much to the satisfaction of the Government Ethics Office.
Excuse me. What you've said is that you will take the oath, if confirmed as chairman, with assets that have already been identified as presenting potential conflicts of interest. Will you agree to not take the oath until you have fully disposed all the assets that you've been identified?
Senator, I'll agree to take the oath pursuant to the terms of the ethics agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics. I don't think anyone could do more than that other than me. I've agreed to divest even more assets so that I will have virtually no financial assets.
The divestiture is totally up to you. You can.
I will have virtually no assets. Kevin Warsh may become richest Fed chair. Warsh's finances are boosted by his billionaire wife, Jane Lowder, the heiress to the Lowder fortune. Like Estee Lauder, the incredibly huge, thank you, Honey Max, bringing up again, they're worth $2 billion. He's not giving up shit, y'all, okay? He's giving up pocket change. He's giving up his pumpkin spice latte money. Okay? This is all it is.
Select what assets you're disposing of, what assets you keep. Is that correct? And then still be sworn in as chairman.
The divestiture is up to the agreement that I struck with the Office of Government Ethics.
Who makes the decision as to what assets are divested, you or the Office of Government Ethics?
Both of us. That's why it's an agreement.
Excuse me. I must commend you on the way you can circularly go around questions and not answer them. It's a skill. Unfortunately, it's not a good skill for the chairman or of the Federal Reserve Board. We typically ask questions and expect to get direct, faithful answers. You haven't given them to the ranking member, and you're not giving them to me. So, again, you feel you will not be, you will be compliant if after 90 days you still have a significant number of assets that have been identified as presenting conflicts of interest. Is that your
No, Senator. If I were to violate the
This is when I get so fucking frustrated with our fucking Democratic representatives, okay? That is not the question that should be asked. What you should ask him is, what is the nature of any of that 100 million? Present a conflict of interest in that it is with Trump companies, for example. Give him examples, but make him answer the direct question. Is there a potential conflict of interest? Who are the companies? Who are the companies that comprise the 100 million? Tell us what those investments are. Then our staff can determine and advise on potential conflicts of interest, and then we can have a real conversation about if this dipshit understands what a conflict of interest is, because he clearly does, because Stanford. But he's also basically not committing to the actual essence of the question. He's not answering that question of what are those assets? Now, today, what are those assets? Because if there's nothing there, then why are we even fighting about it? That's what I would say to him. Yeah, cattle prod.
Ethics agreement, I would not be in compliance. If I follow the agreement, I will be.
Well, that's your position. I think others would differ. When you sell all your assets,
Fucking Reed.
where are you going to place the proceeds of those
Reed
sales?
staff. Hey, bitches sitting behind Reed. What the fuck are you doing with your time? What are you giving him to say? Because, frankly, you're doing a shitty job of preparing this idiot.
I believe that Chairman Powell has placed them in sort of funds which are very difficult to individually influence. Do you propose to do that?
Yeah, I propose to put them in permissible assets that are as close to cash or treasury bills as I possibly can. I haven't selected anything, but it will be as plain vanilla as possible so that there would be no appearance or reality of having any influence. We'll be sitting in something like cash.
Okay. Now, the question of independence is just one that I think will dominate these proceedings. This morning, President Trump was asked on CNBC, will you be disappointed if your new Fed chair doesn't cut rates right away? And President Trump answered, I would. It's very hard to separate President Trump's obsession with rate cuts, his attacks on the Federal Reserve, on Chairman Powell particularly, and your nomination. So this independence thing seems to have evaporated quite quickly between President Trump's statements and your positions. Again, you maintain you'll be independent of President Trump?
Yes, Senator, I do.
Well, President Trump constantly maintains that nobody's independent of him, that it's his morality that guides the whole United States government, including the Federal Reserve, and that you will be someone who will carry out his wishes. Frankly, do you suspect that he chose you because you indicated to him that you want to cut rates?
Senator, I don't know the reason for the president's choice, but I can tell you what I've been writing about for 15 years and what I said to the president, which is
you're going to I'll cut rates if you give me the job.
No, that's not what I said, Senator. Now, the president, as you might know, much like virtually all presidents I've either known or studied, presidents tend to be for cutting rates. I think the difference is President Trump expresses it quite publicly without surrogates or subterfuge, but presidents want lower rates. But Fed independence is up to the Fed. Fed leadership has to make a decision about what's the right thing to do.
No.
In my judgment,
You're a leader. You're the leader. You establish the moral and ethical standards and economic principles of the Fed. And you just pass it off to, well, you know, it's not my job, it's everybody's job. That means it's nobody's job. Thank you.
Senator Tillis,
Mr. Chair, before my time starts, can I make a parliamentary inquiry?
certainly.
I want to make sure that we get this right because I'm not an attorney, but I think it's pretty important to suggest that according to Mr. Warsh, he has signed an agreement that is in compliance provided that he executes the agreement.
Correct.
So we should not have into the record that he is before us out of compliance because you stipulated that what
Yeah,
Senator
but he didn't.
Warren
Hey, Tillis, you idiot, you fucking retiring cheap shit, fucking skanky bitch kitten. Tillis, he didn't disclose the nature of the assets. You fucking cuck.
said was a first of a kind here, but he is not out of compliance. He has agreement that if he executes, will be in compliance. That's why he's properly before us. And I just want to make sure for the record that that is clear.
Yeah, very clear. Let me just say it. I'm going to reiterate what you just said, but I was writing it down myself. The Office of Government Ethics has entered into an agreement with Kevin Warsh that he has up until 90 days after confirmed to divest of his assets.
So the word, I mean, to non-attorneys here, I heard someone say he's before
It
us
is
out of
not the
compliance,
essence
and that's
of the
why I checked with
question.
the staff
Oh
to be
my
absolutely
God, I
certain.
hate these
He is
people.
properly before us. He will be in compliance
hate
if
these
he
people.
executes agreement that addresses the concerns that have been presented by
He
some of my
will
colleagues on
be,
the.
which means right now he's not. Yeah, I know. He's a coke man. You're right. That's right. Tillis is coked up, if you will. Like, fucking disclose the nature of the assets because that is the way you determine whether or not there's a potential conflict of interest, and you can question the nominee on his potential conflict of interest. We are not talking about the sale of the assets. We know that he's in compliance on that because he signed the agreement. That's fine. That's in the future. This is so dumb. This is so done. The problem is the Republicans are doing what they do, which is focusing on an issue that is a non-issue, actually, making that the issue, making anyone who disagrees with that issue feel like an idiot, which, of course, no one disagrees with the fact that he already signed. But you're not addressing the question. I get you're obfuscating. This is so, like, I really hope, just for the joy of it, I sincerely hope the Democrats blow out Senate and House races this year, because I need to hear more smartness from these dais, and I need more serious issues to be discussed. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but I'm really looking forward to it.
The other side of the aisle. I just want to confirm for the record that that is in fact accurate.
So if we're doing a matter here of, is this parliamentary inquiry? Is that what this is?
I've made a parliamentary inquiry, so I'm not burning my time on something
I
that I thought
understand.
felt like a cheap shot to say he's out of compliance when in fact he's not.
Then I'd like to ask the other question, and that is, have we seen this agreement? Do we have any way to verify that, in fact, these sales will occur if we have no idea what's in them and no one has told? And let's remember the law for a minute. The Fed, unlike other parts of government, do not have a 90-day you can be out of compliance. Fed law is explicit that you cannot own any portion of a financial interest in a bank. or a
Mr. President,
financial
Mr. Chairman, excuse me for interrupting.
This-
Senator,
Now I'm going to let the attorneys take
are we
over.
going to all get extra time here?
No.
I'd like extra 3 minutes.
She's making a parliamentary inquiry.
Mr. Chair, I
idiot.
just, for the record, and the only reason I say
That was a parliamentary inquiry, so it doesn't count.
Yeah. But,
Okay?
Mr. Chair, the reason I mentioned that is because you had stipulated that, I don't think you meant it this way, but you as a chair said that this is the first of a kind of someone being out of compliance. I don't think you meant that. I wanted to make sure it was clear for the record.
Well, let me just be very clear again. The career ethics professionals were the ones that sent Mr. Warsh's signed paperwork to this committee's chief clerk. They would not have done so if they did not come to an ethics agreement with Mr. Warsh. Mr. Kennedy, Senator Kennedy does raise a good.
This regime And their Office of Government Ethics, ha ha, it's kind of a joke now. Literally. They're saying, "Oh, well, since Trump's ethics office sent it over to us, it must be okay." Right? You think we can go with that? This is fucking crazy. I fucking hate this country. I really fucking hate this country. I voted for the lady who laughed too much, and I would have fought her tooth and fucking nail on a bunch of shit that she probably corporate dem pushed through bullshit. I do not wish we were fighting every goddamn single battle in the world right now.
Good point.
So
We're
tired.
going to stick to our timeline, and I appreciate you raising the point of how long an inquiry can go on, and that does not buy you more time unless, of course, we all decide we want more time, and then I would rule on that, and I would rule against it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations. You can't count this as a date with Jane, particularly this one. I think probably the first hearing was a little less acrimonious. I'm not a consensus organization. You try to get the majority to. Most of these votes are 11-1. So if anybody thinks the president can appoint somebody and you unilaterally can control things, you're going to be an unsuccessful chair if history is any guide, and you've served under some of the best. So I know you're going to do it right. The problem that I have here is that we had some U.S. attorney with a dream, or assistant U.S. attorney, thinking it would be cute to bring Chair Powell under an investigation just a few months before the position was going to be open. This happened this year. Normal course and speed. Here's how it works at the Fed. May the 15th, the term would have expired. We'd be having this hearing. You'd be getting confirmed. Custom also suggests that the sitting chair, even though he has 2 years left on his term, would have exited. But instead, we have somebody who thinks a building project that went over by about $700 million with a lot of what seemed to be justifications for it are holding up this whole process. It sounds like to me somebody over in the DOJ didn't even check with the boss. The boss said on the same night that I said I can't go forward until this bogus investigation is done with, said he didn't know anything about it. So we've got people in DOJ over in the D.C. circuit or the D.C. district doing these investigations. We have got to end this investigation. Big DOJ didn't know about it. The president didn't know about it. Let's get rid of this investigation so I can support your confirmation. Mr. Warsh, the only thing I've found the least bit odd about you is you've never watched an episode of Seinfeld. You've spent so much time at being a rock-solid economist.
The supply
that your position on interest rates seems to shift with what's politically convenient rather than based on sound economic judgment. In the aftermath of the 2008 financial crisis, the worst recession since the Great Depression, with some of the worst unemployment in our lifetimes, you were a hawkish voice, expressing concern that the Fed might wait too long to raise rates. I think you got it wrong then, but now you seem to have swung 180 degrees in the opposite direction to embrace lower rates, a view that conveniently aligns with the president who nominated you. You've made this pivot even as today prices are too high. I think we all know that. Our economy works for families when prices are affordable and unemployment is low. That's why price stability is an important part of the Fed's mandate, right?
Senator, yes.
And the Fed uses its monetary policy tools for price stability and full employment. That's the job Congress gave to the Fed. Here's how Ben Bernanke described how the Fed uses those tools. He said, and I'm quoting, "Generally, if economic weakness is the primary concern, the Fed acts to reduce interest rates, which supports the economy. If the economy is overheating, the Fed can raise interest rates to constrain inflationary pressures," end of quote. So that's a textbook model of the Fed. Cutting rates supports the economy, but can lead to higher inflation, while raising rates helps to fight inflation, but can limit growth. Do you agree with Chairman Bernanke that that's generally how the Fed can use monetary policy to affect the economy?
Senator, I do agree generally with that proposition, but I'll note at a moment like this, the supply side of the economy is changing dramatically. So the core of what Chairman Bernanke said is a question about what's the economy's potential. As I said in my opening remarks, I think the economy's potential is growing quite quickly, and that makes the decision that you tee up to be a difficult one, and one that the Fed's going to have to dig deep in evaluating what's the right policy choice in the upcoming meetings.
Well, I want to push you a little bit on that in a moment, but right now the Fed has set its main interest rate at 3.5 to 3.7%. Last December, President Trump told the Wall Street Journal he wanted to cut rates to 1% and maybe lower than that by the end of this year. So just to better understand how you think about economics, in the economic model Bernanke laid out, let's say there's an economy with decent growth and no recession. If the central bank were to cut rates from 3.5 to 1% or lower, a massive cut, that would typically push prices up, right?
Senator, unlike many of my colleagues, past and present, I don't believe in forward guidance. I don't believe that I should be previewing for you what a future decision might be. I think it's essential that the Fed make decisions in the room.
Mr. Warsh, I'm not asking you what decision you would make. Obviously, that's going to be up to you. I'm asking you for the framework in which you think about these things. And it seems a pretty straightforward question about what would happen if we reduced interest rates by the end of this year to 1% or less. And under the Bernanke model, and I think almost every economist or most economists would say that that will drive up prices. And so that's what I'm asking you. Would you agree that that would likely drive up prices?
So, Senator, the Fed has two important monetary policy tools. One is interest rates, and the other is a balance sheet that we created in the 2008 financial crisis. Those tools should be working in concert, not at cross purposes. So it's hard for me to isolate one variable when we'd have to have a discussion on the other.
All right.
But generally, sorry.
Well, let me just say this was a pretty clear question about the framework in which these decisions are made. I have heard you talk about how AI may change that calculation. Yes. I will just say, and I think you know this, I mean, I have this, you know, the Financial Times pointed out the economists reject Kevin Warsh's claim that the AI boom will enable rate cuts. And I find it just implausible to suggest that by the end of this year, AI would produce such increases in productivity that it could reduce in a rate cut to below 1%. And you can't tell me that that would very likely increase prices.
So, Senator, can I say two things? First,
Senator.
Sorry.
Quickly.
Sorry. Monetary Policy Center works with long and variable lags, quite famously. If the Fed were to make a decision today about the conduct of policy, it's likely to find its way to the real economy 6, 9, or 12 months later. So it's difficult to judge policy today for an immediate result. And that would be my only concern about the framing of your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In closing, this is what concerns me, is that your views now have sort of flipped to conform with where the President of the United States is. And that's been a concern many of us have. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy?
I want extra time, Mr. Chairman.
I know,
Consider these 5 minutes a parliamentary inquiry. Professor, what's a sock puppet?
I heard the reference from Senator Warren.
Yeah,
earlier.
what is it?
I'm not sure I know. Okay. I think it's that thing you stick your hand in.
Yeah, kind of like this?
Yes.
What's a human sock puppet? Isn't a human sock puppet somebody who'll do what somebody else tells them to do?
I think that's what the senator was trying to suggest. I think that was the innuendo.
Are you going to be the president's human sock puppet?
Senator, absolutely not.
Are you going to be anybody's human sock puppet?
No, I'm honored the president nominated me for the position, and I'll be an independent actor if confirmed as chairman of the Federal Reserve.
My friend Senator Warren And she says, my friend suggested that, I wrote it down, you will use your power, you might use your power to bail out your friends if they get in trouble, kind of like President Biden did with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank. She didn't say the last.
Okay, let's talk about it, you stupid fucking bag of skin. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about Silicon Valley Bank's failure. Do you want to talk about it? Because guess who caused that failure? Oh, that'd be Peter Thiel. That's right, funder of this regime. Palantir, tons of government contracts. So listen, you motherfucking turd. You waste of a human, you waste of carbon, you waste of oxygen. Rapture faster. Stop protecting child rapists like you do. And understand that the fucking Silicon Valley Bank failure and the banks that failed after that are because of Peter motherfucking Thiel. Okay? Oh my God. The balls on these idiots, the balls on the Nazis are just fucking infected.
Last part, I just did. Are you going to do that?
No, Senator.
Okay. The ethics folks, they've cleared you, but they've said you've got to sell some assets. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And these assets that you have, you can't just hold a yard sale, can you?
No, not for most of them, sir.
Okay, so it takes a reasonable period of time.
Everybody ends up on a wall. I'm going to remind you. Thank you, glue stick. Everyone ends up on the side of a wall, bitch. That's how this ends. Because you guys rolled the dice big. And you decided to go all in on the cruelty. So guess what? The crimes are stacking up. And justice might be slow, but justice is coming. And just like Mussolini, you are motherfucking gonna hang upside down from somebody's wall. Ouch. Can't wait. We'll be dancing.
Right?
Yes, sir.
And you've promised to sell them, right?
I did.
And if you don't sell them, we'll know and the ethics folks will know, right?
Yes, I'd be in violation of the ethics agreement if I refuse to sell them.
But you're going to sell them, right?
Yes, Senator, I will.
Okay. Can we agree that politicians have the right to offer you advice about what to do with interest rates?
Senator, we can agree, and it's not.
They're going to run the fuck to, they're going to go on Little St. James. No, they're going to run to Russia, and guess what? They're going to end up falling out of windows because there's only so many oligarchs that they have room for in Russia. So I really doubt that that's gonna. They're not going to escape a wall. It might not be this wall, but they're not going to escape the wall. It's always how it ends. When you get into authoritarian territory, and historians are saying that this is authoritarianism, this is fascism, meets all the criteria, then guess what, sweetheart? You sealed the wall deal.
Something that I would
Build
shy away
that
from.
wall,
I've
bitch.
heard many senators from this very committee in years past express strong views on interest rates.
Okay.
Humble central bankers should be listening and then making their own decisions.
But some politicians matter more than others. And generally speaking, presidents matter, their opinion matters more than, say, a senator. President Trump has offered his opinion about what you ought to do with interest rates. Is that right?
Senator, he has not made his opinion on that a secret to anybody.
Yeah. And every president has that you're aware of.
Yes, they all tend to be in the same direction, Senator Kennedy.
Okay. Now, the problem is, can we agree that your credibility as Fed chairman is the most important thing you have?
It's the most important thing to me, it's the most important thing to the institution, and it's the most important thing to the successful conduct of policy.
Okay.
If the
that's
markets
that's a yes, right?
Yes, Senator.
Okay. The problem is that President Trump has said he's not going to appoint anybody who wouldn't agree to lower interest rates. Have you agreed with the president that you're going to lower interest rates?
Senator, I'm glad you framed it that way. The president never asked me to predetermine, commit, fix, decide on any interest rate decision in any of our discussions, nor would I ever agree to do so.
So the president has never sat you down, looked you in the eye, and said, here's the deal, Scooter. I'm going to appoint you, but you got to agree to lower interest rates. That didn't happen, or did happen?
The president never once asked me to commit to any particular interest rate decision, period, and nor would I ever agree to do so if he had.
Neil, I'm so sorry to hear that. I just attended a funeral, and to see this jabbering, I can't help but think life is so short. Would it be so hard for politicians to just do the right thing and not be jerks? I mean, when does it just become, like, I feel like I've reached my era of just like, I can't believe this is happening. What the fuck? Like naming shit. And, I don't have a job, so it's easier to speak my mind, frankly. But I think that, this is what it should all be. Like, we should literally trying to be helping each other. Oh, please share the broadcast. We have about 15 viewers. We should be helping each other, and just the preservation. Totally, Neil. Please, no. I'm so glad you did interject, because frankly, that's what this is. I mean, that's what life is made up of. All of the struggles, all of the happiness, all of the happy moments, all of the tears, all of the other pieces. But yet, to layer on top of it, on top of just the general struggle and joy that life can be, is that you have this level of bullshit where there's one group really trying to protect wealth and conserve and, and then there's another to really say, like, this is a problem. Like, you're not being completely honest. That's all that Elizabeth Warren is trying to say, is that you haven't disclosed everything, so there's no way for us to really judge. I really encourage you to watch the 3-minute video I put up yesterday about Lolo. I'm really proud of that video, actually, and I'll show it at the end of the show. But I really think that we should applaud when Congress people are asking the pointed and relevant questions, not just, you're such a MAGA extremist and are you going to do what the president says? Like, that's all fine and good, but we're not there anymore. Like, we have to get serious. We have to really focus on holding people to account and making this guy understand that we are watching and it is not a rubber stamp. So anyway, all to say, I think that I really don't understand the mindset of people like in the Republican Party, for example, that are just hell-bent on protecting, first of all, criminals, right? Like, I mean, literally, the guy's a fucking felon. So, just to reinforce that is, I think, so morally corrupt, frankly, given the nature of his crimes. Yeah, the stamp is embossed and inked and probably gold-leafed. Anyway, I'm very high because I love my new bong so much. I can't even fucking tell. I'm going to go buy more weed just because I want to smoke through the bong all day long because it's fucking awesome. Anyway, happy 421. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry,
but he never
we'll keep
did.
going here.
I was honored he nominated me. Like everyone else in the committee in the world, I've heard his view on interest rates. It sounded very similar to me to every other president in economic history that I've studied.
Okay, I've got one more question because I'm about to run out of my parliamentary inquiry time. I've heard your argument the last few months about artificial intelligence has made us so productive, labor so productive that companies don't have to raise prices. Therefore, inflation isn't a problem. Therefore, rates can be cut. Do you really believe that right now?
No, that is not how I would characterize the story on AI.
Okay, but you've said what I just said, haven't you?
I have said that this is the most disruptive moment in modern economic history in the U.S. and the world. I've said that artificial intelligence, AI, short
Okay,
for
let me
American
stop you
ingenuity,
because
can have a
the
big effect.
chair's going to cut me off.
Oops, sorry.
Here's my worry, that a lot of this stuff about artificial intelligence making us more productive is a bunch of hype by people who want to sell stock in an IPO. Okay, I'd be careful there.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll get to my 5 minutes in a little bit.
You come back about midnight, sir, we'll go ahead.
Just, you know
Start
what?
all
Drop
over
dead,
again.
Kennedy.
Brand new
Just
day,
drop
sir.
dead.
Brand new day. Thank you for your patience.
I'm sorry. I'm done with these guys.
Thank you.
Cortez Masto.
Thank you. Mr. Warsh, thank you for taking the time with me. I appreciate meeting with you. Congratulations on this nomination, and welcome to all your family, friends who are here. Let me talk to you about a couple of things. It's really around economic theory, and we have talked a little bit about this when we were meeting. Inflation has been above the Fed's target for 5 years. Would you agree with that?
Yes, Senator.
Yeah,
yes.
and core PCE inflation has been running at about 3%, a full point above that Fed target, correct?
Yes.
And so some Federal Reserve officials have said that this excess is due to tariffs. Do you agree with that?
Senator, I don't. If I can make 2 points.
Please.
Much as we discussed in your office, I think the data that's being used to judge inflation is quite imperfect data. And among the projects that the economics profession, and if I'm confirmed as chairman of the Fed needs to do, is to try to use our new understanding and new data sources to see what's really the inflation rate in the economy. We used to use core PCE, core measures, so we'd exclude food and energy because it was sort of a rough swag as to what was going on. We don't have to do a rough swag anymore. What I'm most interested in is what's the underlying inflation rate, not what's the one-time change in prices because of a change in geopolitics or a change in beef, but what's the underlying generalized change in prices in the economy. And my broad sense is that these inflation risks and the inflation damage the last several years is improving somewhat. It has improved somewhat in the last year. The measures I prefer are looking at things that are called trimmed averages, where we take out all of the tail risks, all of the one-off items, and we ask ourselves whether the generalized change in prices is having second-order effects on the economy. Again, they're not where they should be, but I think that the trend is quite favorable.
And these trend averages and the data that you're looking at now, it's not traditionally the norm that economists would use in this position. Is that correct?
Some in the economics profession are increasingly looking to these median-type measures, but among the projects I would hope to undertake as one of the first reforms at the Fed is a data project where we would go off and we would evaluate with the public sector and the private sector, including the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a survey of 1 billion prices. And what I'm really most interested, Senator, is what's the change of that 500 millionth and one price? Because that's inflation. That's a change in the generalized level. In a market economy, prices change all the time, and I don't want to be confused by that. I want to know what inflation really is, and I still think there's some work to do.
And I respect, listen, I'm listening to you today and talking with you. I respect you truly believe as an economist and a theorist in this theory, in what you are talking to us today about, which is traditionally not the norm. And many are disagreeing with you on that and publicly disagreeing. And so I understand that. But I guess the position I have is I hope you're right. But at the end of the day, my concern is people are suffering right now with high costs, and we need to address it. And I don't know how long it's going to take for your economic theory to gain traction or to be proven that it's going to benefit so many people in this country right now. And here's one other thing, because I don't have that much time, and this is what is also a concern of mine, so I want you to address it. Earlier, you've been on the Federal Reserve Board, and you were there during the financial crisis of 2008. You and I talked about this. I was the Attorney General then. It hit Nevada so hard. Here's what I do know, and at that time, in 2006, you attended numerous meetings where housing experts pleaded with you to stop predatory mortgages. In fact, Gail Burks, who was the CEO of Nevada's Fair Housing at that time, who I worked with, repeatedly warned Fed leadership, including you, about predatory lending practices such as flipping loans or misinforming seniors about reverse mortgages. And in 2007, you said, and I quote, subprime mortgages have gotten a bad name in this environment, and in some cases, that's not just. You also said that you don't see any immediate systemic risk issues among big banks. And you said that at that time. And then just recently, and this is what I want you to address, Senator Warren has said that you told her you had no regrets during this tenure. How can we trust that your economic theory, when you were wrong then, is going to be the accurate theory we need now to help so many families and businesses that are struggling with the policies that we're dealing with now?
Senator, let me address a few things. The chairman is going to cut me off when he must, but I would say this. For many years before the global financial crisis, I warned about the very real risks of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac blowing up, which they did. I think that part of the housing market was vulnerable for many years, and not enough was done about it, even in spite of my protestations and my urging about GSE reform. It wasn't done. I think that compounded the financial crisis. Secondly, I think subprime mortgages then, subprime assets then, were indicative of prices of almost every financial asset that were mispriced. What I suggested then and what I believe now is that subprime mortgages were just indicative of a set of prices that were incorrect, and they all repriced. Just to give one fine example before I turn to the chairman.
Perhaps no examples right now.
Okay, sorry.
Let's go to Senator
Thank you.
Haggerty. I want to give you the opportunity to finish that exchange.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Mr. Warsh, I want to welcome you and your family. And I want the committee to know that I've known Kevin Warsh for 30 years.
Okay, he's going to suck.
We first crossed paths back in 1992.
All
Particularly,
right, I don't care about what you say. You're not even going to ask a question that's like super hard for him.
We wrote in some
like
sense
him.
the remit you gave it,
Fucking
and they
hate
asked for a little
Haggerty.
more inflation. They ended up with a lot more, and that was the foundation for the inflation surge
Yes,
that happened in the
honey, we
subsequent
read about
years,
that. Let me
which we're
check.
still living with.
thank you, Mr. Warsh. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I want to take a note because Lee is in the trade. If you don't know, Lee is one of our beautiful loungers, my sister, and she is also a professional within the trade industry. And so she understands tariffs because she works with them every day. And I just want to read what she kind of put out there. Here we go. Nope, tariffs aren't pushing your costs up. Sure, Jan. The government is currently processing $100 billion in refunds to importers. There are still tariffs on critical inputs, which increase prices. So the refund ain't going to do anything. Furthermore, importers won't be using the refunds to reduce costs back to 2024 levels. There will be investment in infrastructure, cash reserves to protect from new tariffs. So the refunds don't go to the consumer, they go to the importer. And it's what Lee says. They're not going to lower their prices. Yeah, you're going to have some like artificially lower here and there, right? Lost leaders, things like that. But we're done. And you know what? Exactly, Honey Max. Prices don't go down. They just won't. And we're going to be watching it. You know, like, that's the thing. These refunds are, you know, whatever. And I have an article, too, Lee, that Financial Times article about the refunds not being processed or something. Or they're fighting them, or I don't even know. Anyway, yeah, it's just a boondoggle. It's a boondoggle. And we did it to ourselves. This is the crazy part. I just can't stop saying this is self-inflicted. We didn't have to be here. And the question that I don't hear enough people asking is, of the power brokers in this mix, is why are we here? I never hear a journalist ask the why of a well, I should say never, but I rarely hear a journalist dig deeper on the why. Because if this truly was the Mar-a-Lago Accord that was written in November of 2024 by one of the current Fed governors, Stephen Moran, who was the chief of the Economic Council to the President, or whatever that is. He was the head of that before he was a Fed governor. Do the math. And his whole push is what we're doing now, which is crazy tariffs that are intended not only to raise revenue, because that's an important part because of the tax cuts we had to give the corporations and the 100% expensing in the first year of any whatever they do, growth. All right. And they're being submitted and accepted. All right, cool. All right, Lee, see you later. Thank you so much for stopping in and telling us. I really appreciate that. Yeah, and here we go. Honey, thank you for reminding me. Howard Nutlicker and his sons bought up the rights to the refunds. And so, like, you can, what people would do is if they were going to be due a refund, but the case was still pending, they didn't know when they were going to get it, etc. These motherfuckers literally went in and said to companies, sell us the right to your refund for this amount on the dollar. You have money in your pocket, and when the refund comes, we get the refund. A member of Trump's cabinet has done that. Is that not self-dealing? What in the hell? What in the motherfucking hell? It's so crazy. Just wondering about any fees ancillary to the actual payments. Oh, so is there like fees for the transactions of the refunds themselves? And speculating on opportunities for a captive revenue stream. Yeah. Well, I mean, and I'm going to follow up on the Nutlicker story and the refunds that they bought, because that happened. I mean, I don't think that was just speculation. That actually is something that happened. So literally this $100 billion or whatever, there's a good chance a portion, if not most of that, is going to the fucking Nutlicker family. Epstein. Ah. Yeah, picturing future of permanent illegal tariffs and permanent refund churn and necessary fintech rails. Yes. Well, that's it. That's a huge implication.
Senator Smith.
Crazy
Thank you, Mr.
shit.
Chair. Good morning, Mr. Warsh. It's still morning. Let me start with this. I think you have said that you have confidence that this economy has potential. I think that's fair to say. And you've also said that this is a time of great consequence for the nation's economy, perhaps one of the most significant hinge points in a couple of generations. That's fair to say?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. And so I agree with that. And I actually want to go a bit further, because I think that it seems to me that this economy is amazing for rich people, people who have a lot of capital. And in fact, we can see in 2025, billionaire wealth grew 3 times faster than the average rate of the previous 5 years. And wealthy households hold a massive portion of the nation's wealth. And this, I think, is the tipping point that our economy actually faces right now. And I can tell you that in Minnesota, a lot of people are telling me that it is harder and harder for them to afford the basics. They aren't rich. They don't have enough money to pay their bills, to pay their doctor's bills. So I want to look at this with you for a few minutes, and I want to start with inflation. So last week, President Trump said that gas prices are, quote, not very high, and, quote, we're having some fake inflation because of the fuel. So understanding what you've been saying about data and measurement and all of that, let me just ask you, do you think that gas prices going up 20% is fake inflation?
Senator, the gas prices, like beef prices, eggs, milk, and the rest, they move, and when they move in the wrong direction, the American people are hurting by it. There's no question about it.
That's right. American people feel it. It's not fake to them. It's money that they don't have in their pocket because gas is up 20%. I think my constituents would say that inflation is real and not fake. Okay, so let's look at unemployment. At the State of the Union, the president said, quote, the roaring economy, excuse me, this is the quote, the roaring economy is roaring like never before. So do you agree with that statement? Is that how you see the economy, that is roaring like never roaring before?
So Senator, if I can clarify 2 things. One, there's a difference between the change in prices and inflation. The change in prices happen in a market economy. When inflation moves up, that's because the Fed had something to do with it. Now, on the state of the economy, I would say that the broad contours of the economy are improving. The potential of the economy, the real results of the economy are improving, but I think it can improve more. And I think in the years ahead, I think the economy's potential is strengthening.
So, the reality is that the economic data, understanding what you're saying about economic data being not imperfect, that there was almost zero job growth in 2025. And so that looks to me like not a roaring economy, it looks like a weak economy, which is what my constituents are telling me back in Minnesota. Let me go to one last look at this. Around the country, the average cost of home insurance rose 12% last year. Now, in my home state of Minnesota, not a coastal state, premiums rose 34% in 2025. This is, of course, caused by extreme weather events, hail, floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, climate change. So is that inflationary, in your perspective? Is that increase in home insurance, property and casualty insurance, isn't that inflation?
So, Senator, if I can answer two questions that I think I heard, and we talked about both of these in your office. When we look at the payroll numbers every month and we ask ourselves whether it's good or bad, the job you gave to the Federal Reserve is to ensure we're at maximum sustainable employment. I think broadly speaking, the economy is running about close to full employment, though we never know what the right number is. So if Americans that want a job can find a job, then by the Fed's metric, we're at full employment. On the question of insurance premiums and the rest, when I look broadly across the economy, I would say when we look at health care, when we look at education, we look at housing, those prices have tended to go up more. In the less regulated parts of the economy, we've seen a downward structure, a downward change in prices, and we try to aggregate them the best we can.
But I'm not exactly sure what your point is there, but I would just say that my point here is that rising home insurance rates caused by increasing extreme weather events, climate change, is another inflationary pressure that people in my state are dealing with. And this, of course, the reason I'm focusing on this is because I'm worried that because of the pressure that you are going to be under from the president to lower interest rates, that this inflationary pressure that my constituents are feeling is going to get worse and not better. And so I don't have time to ask my last question, but it is literally this. The president has said that he demands that the next Fed chair will lower interest rates. And I take him at his word at that, and that is what causes me such grave concern here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Lomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. WARSH, and congratulations on your nomination. And thanks for...
This is the crypto-owned bitch. This bitch who had really bad eye surgery. Okay, I think she should really fire her plastic surgeon. But what I really want to say, because, I'm a huge fan of plastic surgery, so I'm no hate on that. But I don't think someone did her right. Okay, that's all I'm trying to say. Get your money back, girl. Anyway, this bitch is wholly owned subsidiary of Crypto Inc. She is the crypto cunt of the Senate.
Hearing before this committee,
so get ready.
Taking both the positive questions and some of the hostility. I apologize for my colleague's behavior when it strays outside of decorum. My first question is about the balance sheet.
Not like
of
raping
the Fed.
children.
What is your view about the size of the balance sheet currently?
Thank you, Senator. As we talked about in your office, the Fed balance sheet has played a particularly, I think, unhelpful role in helping the Fed achieve its dual mandate. The senator had just mentioned what she described as the increase for financial assets relative to real assets. Well, part of that is the Federal Reserve. The Fed is not blameless in that as it's grown the Fed's balance sheet, grown its imprimatur on the economy, those with financial assets have benefited from it. The reason why I prefer monetary policy to use interest rates as the dominant force is interest rates affect a far broader cross-section of the economy. Interest rates get in the cracks. If we were to cut rates, then broader number of people will benefit from it versus quantitative easing, which tends to move through financial assets first. Half of our fellow Americans don't own any financial assets, so they're wondering what's in it for them. Broadly speaking, Senator, on the balance sheet, I was involved in 2008 and 2009 in response to the global financial crisis that Senator Warren referenced and we used extraordinary measures and created a bigger balance sheet. But we agreed to do that only in the times of emergencies, only when interest rates were pinned to zero. The big balance sheet has become an ordinary recurring force, and I think has been quite unhelpful, and is part of the reason why the Fed is in the business of politics. Slowly and deliberatively, I believe we need a smaller central bank balance sheet. It took us 18 years to create this big balance sheet that's done quite a bit of harm, it strikes me, to the Fed's credibility. Working with the Treasury Secretary, we're going to have to find out a way in which we can take the balance sheet and make it smaller, because a large balance sheet where the Fed owns more outstanding debt than many parts of the financial markets, that's fiscal policy in disguise. Fed needs to get out of the fiscal business, focus on the monetary business, so the Fed can deliver on the remit you gave us.
Thanks for that response, because some of us don't appreciate the connection between the size of the...
Did I hear my name? Mrs. Beasley here. Did I hear my name? Hi, Mime. Hi, buddy. Hi, Putin. Hi, buddy. Hi, Cynthia. Hi, buddy. Hi. Glad to be here, Mrs. Beasley. I heard someone else called him Mrs. Beasley. We originated that, goddammit. I'll die on that fucking hill. That's a Lolo's Lounge original, bitch. Shibboleth.
Fed's balance sheet and interest rates. With regard to interest rates, can you tell us a little bit about your conversations with President Trump about interest rates?
Yeah, I don't want to put words in the president's mouth, but I think he has said loudly and clearly his view on interest rates. Don't think I'm breaking any news here. But I can tell you what I said, and what I said to the president is what I've said to this committee and what I've frankly been writing about for more than a decade. Interest rates are the much better way to be using monetary policy than buying bonds and mortgages, some of which are issued from the United States Treasury Department. That is a confusion of roles. That leads to a set of mission creep. So interest rates are the dominant tool, and interest rates, as I mentioned, get in the cracks. My broad view on the conduct of policy from here is that too many Fed officials, past and present, opine in advance about where they think interest rates should be next meeting, next quarter, next year. I think that's quite unhelpful. As we've heard today from many of your colleagues, we don't know the state of AI. We can't be certain about the state of geopolitics. The economy is going to change. You need central bankers.
Why won't anyone ask him about the fact that this is all like the tariffs, the price increases, the employment, the kind of, big ugly bill, all that? Why doesn't anyone ask him how much of this was self-inflicted and whether or not he would agree with a self-inflicted wound on the economy? And I know he wouldn't answer it if you phrased it that way, but I'm just thinking, why not put him on the spot about the fact that what the Fed is going to struggle with is a result of man-made policy execution that was evil to begin with. Mar-a-Lago Accord, where we extort safety and security from countries for high tariff revenue. This is the real great deal that they get. We won't blow you up if you, A, pay this high tariff, and B, let us have access to XYZ resource in your country. That's literally it. That's the policy of the United States, and it's part of the national security. I mean, it's all intertwined, and it's very deliberate, and it's very self-inflicted. And God damn it, no one will just stand up and say, why are we doing this when we are the ones who did it. It is fucking artificial. It's an artificial crisis that is very real for all of us. I mean, it is an artificial, it is intentional, because at the end of the day, for a number of different aims, for a number of different stakeholders, this chaos makes great sense. You know, the oil companies got a little nervous, you know, with their stuff in the Middle East being bombed. But you know what? They have 100% expensing if they go ahead and drill offshore Alaska or California. You see what I'm saying? Like, this entire regime has a blueprint that they are following that is the blueprint for chaos, because then it becomes a fire sale. And people like Peter Thiel and like David Sachs and like Mark Andreessen and like Elmo get the benefit of buying up and privatizing things like utilities. The explosion we're about to see in mining in this country is going to, I think, blow our minds. I don't know, but I think it's not something people are really 100% aware of if it's not happening close by to them. But I'm telling you right now, they're going for the California desert, and it just makes me incredibly sad. We're about to lose a lot of nature at the hands of this regime. I'm gonna say that even though they've got the war, I mean, they literally have all the tragedy that they've created, but the man-made destruction of this country it's just gonna go down, and the man-made destruction of nature, particularly with the rape of any kind of regulations that protect the environment. I've been screaming about this almost every week. Like, I'm telling you, in these congressional hearings, they are codifying the cuts and the deregulation that protects, that's the short I put up, is about the Department of the Interior and Doug Burgum, who's a billionaire, who's basically flim-flamming the Senate hearing that he's in, or the House hearing rather, where he's talking about the fact that, oh, well, if we cut fish and game, I still have some, or if I cut firefighters over in these other departments of, whatever that is, and just, have 4 additional firefighters then added to another department, I haven't really cut anything. Well, yeah, you did. So, I mean, when do we really get to the heart of the matter? Is that what is the end game? And why shouldn't we have the conversation about the fact that the end game sucks and is actually based on some pretty illegal and immoral shit? This is crazy. It's just crazy to me. And I don't think anybody understands what the implications of that tax bill are, really. Because I can't wait. I want to track the corporate revenue that comes in over time into the IRS or the Treasury. I want to see what that is, because they do monitor like individual versus, organization or whatever. I can't wait to see that. All right. I'm sorry for my ranting, but now I'm getting really high and I'm, all these thoughts are coming. So yeah. Anyway, here we go. Sorry.
That are humble, that are nimble, that are open-minded, that can react when we have good data, when events strike us. My broad view is that interest rates need to be forward-looking, need to be based on better data, and we should have a big, robust deliberation inside the FOMC. I tend to favor messier meetings than some, where people don't show up with rehearsed scripts, but we can have a good family fight. If the central bank has that good family fight, I think that they're going to make better decisions. And if they happen to make mistakes, they'll correct them sooner. So I'm not one for pre-deciding what interest rates should be. I never said to the president where I think rates should be. I never committed any such thing, and I wouldn't have even thought about doing so.
Quick yes or no. Do you believe that digital assets should be incorporated into our financial industry so Americans have new investment opportunities and consumer protections?
Senator, digital assets are already part of the fabric of our financial services industry in the United States, yes.
Thanks, Mr. Walsh.
Senator Warnock.
Thank you, Brother Chair. Mr. Warsh, congratulations on your nomination, and I appreciated our time together in my office a few weeks ago. If confirmed, you will serve as chair of one of the most powerful economic institutions in the world. Decisions you make would move markets, affect Americans' retirement savings and ability to buy homes. It would influence the global economy. You currently serve as a lecturer at Stanford University. If you were to assign, if Professor Walsh were to assign a letter grade to the American economy today for the average working family, what grade would you assign?
Senator, it was good to meet with you in your office. You know, in modern academic institutions, they give everybody A's, so it's not a fair comparison. Especially at elite universities, I know everyone gets perfect grades.
Well, what grade would you give the economy?
Well, if I gave a student anything other than an A, the dean would summon me to his office.
What the hell is that? What the hell is this? Why are you so fucking unserious? It's stupid. And he's just trying to get his little, like, see, I can be a shithead too. I can be a little maggot. Yeah, I got a little maggot in me. Yeah. You know, like, he's basically performance. I'm going to dig on the universities. Disparage higher learning. Yeah, that's the game. That was his way of sending a signal to the maggots. Hey, man, I'm one of you. I might be a billionaire, but I'm a Trump billionaire. I'm a bro. I'm a Silicon Valley bro. And I married rich. That's my secret. Buy my book. Marry the heiress of one of the largest cosmetic companies in the world. Yep. There you go.
I would have hurt his self-image.
Meanwhile, he graduated from
the
two
Americans
of those
that I
A-giving.
talked to, particularly in the
So
state
is
of
he
Georgia,
saying that he did not actually get good grades?
who haven't had the benefit.
Did he say he didn't actually get good grades, so he shouldn't have? He didn't deserve his A's. Interesting.
Of attending some of these elite institutions are trying to make their lives work. They're sitting around their kitchen tables trying to figure out how to put their kids through school. And regardless of how the markets are doing, consumer confidence is at a record low. So that's their grade on the economy. Working families are struggling, and things are getting worse. The inflation rate has remained elevated above the Fed's 2% target rate throughout President Trump's term, despite his promise to lower inflation. The president's war in Iran has spiked energy prices by 11%, and Americans are paying on average nearly $4 a gallon for gas because of the war. We've lost nearly 90,000 manufacturing jobs since President Trump took office. He promised us a manufacturing boom. We've lost 90,000 manufacturing jobs. And Americans already dealing with high prices paid $1,000 more per household in 2025 as a direct result of President Trump's illegal tariffs, which he remains committed to in spite of the Supreme Court decision. He does even better than this practice of these institutions. When asked what grade he would give the economy, he said an A, and then he thought about it and said, no, actually A+++. And as I thought about his answer, I was wondering who was he talking about? Who is it an A+ for? Certainly not the ordinary working class Georgians that I'm fighting for every single day. Maybe the people closest to him. But I'm hard pressed to think that folks across the state of Georgia who are looking at their grocery bill, looking at their gas bill, looking at the $1,000 that they've had to pay would give the economy an A++. What are your thoughts?
Senator, thank you. if the Fed were to execute on a series of policy reforms, then I believe the economy can be stronger. I believe inflation can be lower, and I believe real take-home pay can be higher. I think the Fed is not blameless for the divergence you described between those that have financial assets and those that don't. Had the balance sheet not been brought from the $800 billion level when I showed up at the Fed in 2006 to an order of magnitude higher, if the Fed had kept a smaller balance sheet, the way the Senator I just talked about a few moments ago, I think interest rates could be lower, inflation could be better, and the economy could be stronger.
Yeah, you discussed your theory of the case with me in that regard. But I think you would agree that the recognition, I think you implicit in your testimony is the recognition that this is not a plus economy. In your economy, in your testimony, you note the importance of price stability and correctly note that inflation means people lose purchasing power, particularly harming low-income folks. But I also noticed your testimony did not really discuss the Fed's other mandate, and that's to maximize employment. Inflation is critically important, but if you don't have a job, you're in trouble. Do you view the Fed's mandate for maximizing employment as equally important to its price stability mandate? And are you concerned about weak job growth numbers?
Before the nominee answers the question, the senator from the elite university, Morehouse, is out of time. So I appreciate the question, but we will have the answer submitted for the record.
I know you wanted to attend Morehouse College. I'm sorry.
Everybody wants to attend Morehouse, by the way, but I am a Charleston Southern buck.
I appreciate it.
Very happy about that. He couldn't get into Charleston Southern, but it's good you got in somewhere. This is good.
If you can't get into Morehouse, go to Stanford.
Everybody's got jokes up here, so we'll go to Senator Britt.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Nope,
before I get
won't.
started, I want to emphasize that transparency.
Senator Britt about often should get the benefit of the doubt.
Sorry, I
when the
can't
world
do
is racing away from
fundy
it,
bitch
the real
voice.
economy
Who wants
is
to track
suffering
your
fast.
pregnancy, by the way.
Central bank should.
She wants to make sure you're having as many babies as possible. She's the bitch that came up with that. We should have a national database of pregnant women so we can keep track of them. Oh, handmade much?
Show up with liquidity support. But the job of the central bank is to try to mitigate those risks in advance, to buy insurance so that we don't go from shock to shock, from boom to bust. And so my criticism is more about the conduct of monetary policy and regulatory policy in normal times. And that's the area that are in need of reform. We have a window where the economy is improving.
Okay, I get so well, of course he is. I'm not shocked, but I cannot stress enough how much damage has been done to regulations over the last year and a half, almost. I just cannot stress this enough. And I really, really, really need people to understand how much has been rolled back and the permitting process that they proposed. Just yesterday, they had a Rules Committee meeting, or day before, and I sent out information about it. And I looked at each of the 4 bills that they were considering during this Rules Committee meeting, where they talk about, the proposed legislation and propose amendments and things like that. It's where kind of the dirty work of Congress can take place in the Rules Committee. And so I was looking at the bills that they were considering. There was 4 bills, and they all basically had to do with repealing protections for, what was it? Oh my God, I can't remember. But it was something around environmental protections and the permitting process, basically eliminating certain regulatory permitting that needs to happen in order for the project to move forward. And it basically gets rid of any kind of environmental impact kind of study or things like that. So there's like very distinct bills, and that's just one day. I mean, I'm talking the last year and a half. Every time that Rules Committee meets, they're talking through these bills that are unwinding. That's why I cannot stress also enough. Sorry to go on, but again, hi. Wake and bake. What are you going to do? Congress, I really hope somebody in pro-democracy, leadership is developing the plan to unwind the most harmful of these. You know, they're going to be things like what's happening outside of Memphis, where Grok XAI has that huge, whatever it is, monolith, and they have all these wind turbines, many of which are not permissible, not permitted for that site. And hence, those wind turbines are actually creating illness in the communities surrounding Grok XAI's monolith outside of Memphis. And that's happening, and it's been happening. And so I cannot stress enough, we have no sheriffs, you know, not that I love sheriffs, but we have no oversight, and we have people within, Chris Wright, Doug Burgum, Lee Zeldin at the EPA, aggressively and with intention and probably a plan, because it's too detailed not to be a plan, and have been written out over the last 4 years of unwinding, and that shit's getting passed. And so I really hope that the Democrats are deeply aware of the damage that's been done. I'm sure they are. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but like, what is the plan? What's the priority? How are you going to triage this? You know, like, let's have our own plan, you know, for how you bring, you know, how you stop this K-shaped economy, which is only creating a much wider wealth gap in this country, much wider than it's ever been. And that's not me saying that. That's economists. That's people who actually are smart about this stuff. So you know, I'm just like, this is very important. It's so dry. I get it. But it's just the regulation thing, and the fact that, of course, he's, you know, pro-reforming of regulations, because he would have to be as part of this regime. You know, I'm just very, I don't know. I'm very concerned. I'm Susan Collins over it. Okay, I'm Susan Collins over it. But I really am concerned. Okay, here we go.
But I would say more improvement is still possible. And it's during this policy that we need to look introspectively, look fundamentally at reform. So when there is another risk, there is another shock, the central bank is prepared to address it with less harm to the real economy.
Thank you so much. I am out of time. I look forward to your service to our nation, and I know that we will be in great hands.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Britt. Senator Kim.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Warsh, good to see you. I guess I just wanted to start off by talking about just the state of American families right now.
I love this guy.
Nearly 60% of people surveyed say that they're worried about affording the very basics, rent, gas, groceries, the bills. 60% of Americans say that they cannot handle a $1,000 emergency. 40% of Americans saying that they can't handle a $400 emergency. I wanted to ask, do you agree that the American families are struggling right now with affordability?
Senator, as we discussed in your office, central bankers should not be second-guessing what people feel and see in their own lives. People's lived experiences matter to them. What I can say is the central bank has some responsibility for the things that you've described, and that the legacy of inflation, what I think is the biggest economic policy error in 40 or 50 years, happened just a few years ago, and we're still living with the remnants of it. I think inflation is less problematic than it was a couple of years ago, but I would not.
But the problem of affordability continues, though. That sounds right, right?
Yeah.
Because I'll be honest with you. When I hear, I heard 2 months ago President Trump say, he said, quote, "What word have you not heard over the last 2 weeks? Affordability, because I've won. I've won affordability." It sounds like you would disagree with that assessment that the fight for affordability for American families is over.
So I think the trend is going in the right direction.
But we still have more work to do.
Well, the way I would describe it, Senator, is the cumulative increase in prices starting in early 2020 till now is between 25 and 35%. So I understand what hardworking Americans say. It's still a struggle. That's a legacy of a past policy error.
Oh, no,
One thing
bitch.
that you...
No, it's not. It is a self-motherfucking inflicted wound. Because you cannot just say, oh, yeah, well, 10 years ago it was really bad. No, baby. We're talking about the guy that's in the office right now that is making decisions, that is changing our economy, and it is tilting it towards the billionaires. You know it. I know it. So go fuck yourself when you say this is some kind of legacy problem with high inflation, because it's not. And high prices, yeah, sure, but that's the point, Mr. Worst. Prices are going up as a result of tariff policy. And they all forget COVID. Oh my God, they never mention. It's as if it never happened. It's as if it never happened. Anyway, my point is the question is not about the last 5 years, 6 years. The question is about the last year and a half and the policies that have been put in place that have made it less affordable to live in this country. Period. Full stop. Because it's all there in the data, bitches. You cannot fucking lie against the data.
Talked about before is about, you know, just the real cost that families are facing right now. And I appreciate that you were pushing back on that comment that the president had about calling the energy prices and the fuel price increases that we're having fake inflation, because right now Americans have paid more than $8.4 billion more in gas during the first month of this war. Fertilizer, 70% of respondents to the Farm Bureau survey said that fertilizer is unable to be afforded right now, just given the price increases. Are you concerned that there could be real long-term effects of this war in Iran, especially if we're continuing to see these challenges when it comes to fuel and fertilizer?
Senator, if my reform agenda, if confirmed, stands for anything, it's for the central bank, especially the Fed chairman, to stay in its lane.
I know that, but you also
I wouldn't want to wander outside of it. I'm happy.
But you're also charged with forecasting.
Yeah, exactly.
In terms of understanding.
And you know what? Part of your job, sir, is to take data that is outside of the Fed. You idiot. Stop treating us like we're stupid and we don't know what you're supposed to be doing.
Where our economy is going. So does an impact of that magnitude rise to something that the Fed should keep an eye on and be concerned about?
The Fed should have an open mind towards all sorts of data, but the things that central banks can affect are things that are not one-off in nature, but are persistent and find their way into the generalized price level.
And that's something I wanted to ask you about that, because you talked about a fundamental policy change when it comes to the Fed, and I guess I wanted to just get a little bit more clarity on that. You know, Senator Lummis mentioned about the balance sheet and the concern you have about that. What level do you think the balance should be at? You know, if it's $6.7 trillion now, where do you think the goal is in your mind?
So I haven't fixed a particular number, but any changes, Senator, in the balance sheet would be part of a public discussion, debated rigorously. And if and when the central bank comes to a judgment about a new balance sheet policy, which I hope the central bank would, it would be described well in advance. As I mentioned, it took 18 years to create this balance sheet problem, and we won't be able to fix it in 18 minutes. And so that's why I think deliberation here is important. But it suffices to say it should be smaller, and at least as important, it should not be holding long-term Treasury assets as if it's the fiscal authority. That's when it gets into politics.
I appreciate you saying that it's important to be able to have that public discussion. I mean, one thing that's come up as I've been engaged with different experts is concern about rapid reduction. If you are moving in that speed, that it could generate a number of concerns, including upward pressure on long-term interest rates. So I guess I just wanted to check, do you share that concern? You know, as you are thinking about how to reduce it, do you also understand, though, that there are concerns about rapid reduction in the speed with which you're trying to go down?
Yes, Senator, and that kind of regime change would have to be deliberate, well orchestrated, well choreographed, and well described so that unnecessary upset are not done to financial markets as we go to a policy regime change much more focused on interest rates.
With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, sir. Senator Ricketts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. WARSH. It was great to see you in my office. Thanks for coming by. I want to continue to talk about inflation because it is something that is incredibly important. I think you share the view that inflation is a silent tax on American households. Is that accurate?
Senator, it's accurate. It's the most regressive tax.
Gets into the
Right now, Fed chairs and other central bankers around the FOMC, they speak quite frequently. There is no lack of transparency. But I would say this, I think truth-seeking is more important than repetition. And if one has a press conference, one wants to cite a couple of reporters. As I read that story in real time, I remember thinking they either need better journalistic standards or better sources.
So, here's my problem, Mr. Chair and colleagues.
Mind.
Thank you. I'm glad,
that is fair. I'm
top or scenario planning exercises to ensure that we can anticipate
Sorry, I'm not doing very good
and defend
on
against the type of
queuing up
emerging
today.
risks that potentially models like Mythos could present if used in the wrong hands.
I have about 20 seconds to answer that.
20 seconds. Senator, a lot is the short answer. The 15-second answer beyond that is the pace of change in these technologies is accelerating. AI, which I think of really as American ingenuity, gives America a huge head start relative to our competitors around the world, but it's not without real risks and real challenges, and a forward-looking, reform-oriented central bank needs to be on the front end of it.
Great. Thank you very much. I look forward to your leadership.
Senator Gallego.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
How are you?
In a 2019 interview with Bloomberg, you said monetary policy is important not for the decision it makes, but for reasons it gives for the explanations. Mr. Warsh, the Federal Open Market Committees, or that the Fed sets U.S. monetary policy through interest rate decisions at those meetings, do you commit to maintaining the current practice of holding a meeting at least once every 8 weeks, yes or no?
Senator, by statute, as we talked about in your office, I believe the statute requires a minimum of 4 meetings, but 4 is not enough. So having more meetings than that is appropriate, but I've not even begun to look at the meeting schedules for 2027 and beyond, of course, subject to confirmation.
Okay. So then do you commit to holding a press conference at least on the day of the FOMC meetings?
Senator, right now press conferences are held periodically. If you ask me my true personal opinion, right now Fed chairs and other central bankers around the FOMC, they speak quite frequently. There is no lack of transparency. But I would say this, I think truth-seeking is more important than repetition. And if one has a press conference, one wants to deliver some important news.
Perfect.
So
and
I
to
would
follow up on that, then would you commit to taking questions at those press conferences?
If a press conference were held, I think it would be incumbent to hear what the reporters of the day had in mind.
Thank you. I'm glad, our personal meeting regarding this was very enlightening. Earlier today, you said to Senator Kennedy that President Trump never demanded you to cut interest rates in your job interview. Is that your sworn testimony?
That is, Senator.
Okay. Well, someone here is lying then, because it's either you or President Trump. Because in an interview with the Wall Street Journal of December 12th, President Trump confirmed that he pressed you on your commitment to support interest rates cuts. And I quote, during a 45-minute meeting with WARSH on Wednesday at the White House, the president pressed WARSH on whether he could trust him to support interest rate cuts if he were chosen to lead the central bank. According to people familiar with the meeting, Trump in the general interview confirmed that, repeating, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to enter for the record the Wall Street Journal article, December 12th. Trump says he's leaning towards WARSH or has it to lead the Fed. So, this brings up an issue of credibility at this point. Who's lying here? Is it you or the president? Because the president confirmed that he did ask you to cut interest rates.
Senator, there's, of course, a third alternative. You cite a couple of reporters for a leading financial newspaper. I recall reading that story at the time.
Did you issue a correction?
I think those reporters either need better sources or better journalist standards.
Did you ask for a correction?
There are things in the newspaper, Senator, I see all the time that don't strike my ear as correct.
So it is, in your opinion, that the president then is lying when he said he did not ask you?
I can only repeat to you, Senator, what I said to several of your colleagues.
So you did not.
Oh.
You right now, under sworn testimony, are saying just to right now that the president of the United States in that job interview did not ask you to cut interest rates.
The president never asked me to commit to interest rate cuts at any particular meeting over the period of my tenure at the Fed.
Oh,
he didn't
shit.
ask for it. He didn't demand it. He didn't require it. And nor would I have ever done so.
Oh,
so if these
shit.
reporters come back and decide to do another follow-up on this and they confirm what they heard, what will your response be?
Well, my response would be what I suggested to you a few moments ago.
That the president is
As I
lying.
read that story in real time, I remember thinking they either need better journalistic standards or better sources.
So, you know, here's my problem, Mr. Chair and colleagues. You know, and Mr. Warsh, I think you're incredibly qualified. But a lot of us are actually worried about the integrity of the Federal Reserve. We're worried about what this means for the economic markets, and we're worried about what this means for inflation. We're worried about your independence, and now we're hearing direct contradictions whether or not you were directly asked by the president to cut interest rates, and you're saying no, and he's saying yes. And I think for a lot of us, there's a question now of credibility. And I think there's a real reason why many of us are not voting no. As a matter of fact, until you verbally spoke to Mr. Kennedy and answered his question that he did not ask, the president did not ask you to cut interest rates, this was not even going to be brought up. So there's definitely right now a true question about who is lying here. It's either you or it's the president. I yield back.
Senator, if I might respond?
Certainly.
Thank you. I take my responsibility to be an independent leader of the Federal Reserve very seriously.
You know what?
If
Get
confirmed
really
by
indignant. This is your cue, baby. This is your cue. This is your Pam Bondi moment. This is the Dow is $50,000. Come on, Walsh. Come on, you can do it. Get indignant. How dare you? How dare you question my being in direct contradiction to the President of the United States? How dare you? How dare you question that? Dude, you answered the question. There's a fucking quote. You know, there's basically rather not a quote, but a news story that is from the Wall Street Journal of all places, okay, that says he said it. And he keeps saying it publicly, so it's kind of hard to believe that he didn't say it privately. But, you know, and especially now, since there's witnesses, I guess, who leaked the fact that he did ask you to lower interest rates. So now you look like a total schmuck, dude. Not that you weren't, but now you're just showing your skin. Okay? You're showing us the lizard skin underneath. And basically saying, well, he didn't ask me. And I'm going to double down and triple down and quadruple down and double dog dare you. You know? Like, fuck you. You just accused the president of lying. You dumb shit. I can't with these guys. This is fucking idiocracy. This guy married money, okay? He's a fucking gold digger. That's what he is. He's a tech bro fucking gold digger who couldn't probably make it on his own in Silicon Valley. So he had to marry some bitch with a lot of fucking money. Yeah, he could have been a little more clever about the way he answered, right, Honey Max? Yep, he could have. But no, he's gonna get real indignant. This is his Pam Bondi moment. It's too bad he doesn't have hair that he can be like, I am telling you right now, that man never asked me to do anything. And how dare you accuse me of saying something in contradiction to the president that I just said? What the fuck? What movie is this? Who's going to play him?
this body.
I say Paul Rudd.
I take the integrity of the office and my personal integrity very seriously. And I stand by every word I said. The president never asked me to commit to any such thing, nor would I ever do so.
Mr. Banks. No, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Governor WARSH, congrats on your nomination. As we spoke about during our meeting in my office, I strongly support your nomination. I look forward to voting for you.
David Schwimmer, Neil, perfect. He's David Schwimmer. That is it. Oh my God, perfect. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is great. We'll have the Lolo's Lounge casting agency where we cast all of the movies around this incredible regime. So thank you, Neil. Well done.
Be the next chairman of the Federal Reserve, and it can't happen soon enough. One policy area that we strongly agree on is the threat that China poses to America's economy. In fact, you've written publicly that China is deliberately positioning its financial system to rival U.S. leadership and actively working to elevate its currency on the global stage. Can you talk for a minute about how the Federal Reserve reinforced?
And why wouldn't it? Have we ever asked ourselves that question? She's going to have to be like a hero, though. We can't make Angela Bassett one of the villains. So we have to make her a hero. Although she's a good villain, too. She's a really good villain. But anyway. Wait, what was I saying? Oh, why wouldn't China go ahead and try and do all those things? I think we have to stop casting everything other countries do in necessarily negative light. Now, granted, you know, I have no love for the Chinese government. I have no love for any government. I think it's all corrupt, and power corrupts. And corrupt seeks power. So, you know, like that's where we're at. So I don't have any love lost. But at the same time, I think China just wants to be a huge economic power. I think they want to be the trading source for most of the world. I feel like that's where they feel their niche is, because they won't pay decent wages. And, you know, so the costs are definitely always going to be lower than they are here. This population is not going to take jobs that are, you know, whatever the equivalent would be in US dollars of what folks in China who may be working in those areas have to endure. So I just, you know, we can have arguments about that, but no one ever wanted to talk about the Uyghurs when I wanted to talk about them back in 2013, 2012. You know, we were trying to get some fishermen saved, and all of a sudden we couldn't do it because nobody had political will. So stop it with the, oh, we care about the human rights abuses. Bullshit. You don't care about the human rights abuses. You've never done anything about the human rights abuses. And you would never have funded it. We had to fight for the trafficking in persons funding through the State Department, which is now gone, by the way, you know, to fight every year for that funding. So, this is like painting China as the big... I understand, I guess these guys need a villain, right? They need somebody on the other side. But I feel like China's just, man, they're just doing their thing. And they're doing the capitalism thing, and they're doing the money-making thing, and they're, you know, doing the geographic location thing. You know, like they're just doing their thing. And what, you know, and if they don't have, you know, if they want to steal intellectual property... And you know, then there's people there that don't have the same, that don't have ethics, right? That don't have ethics that I would have, where you're not trying to steal the technology, you're trying to build it yourself. Well, of course, efficiently, it's more efficient to steal sometimes. So that's what they did, right? It's not right, but that's what they did. We never went after, I mean, we have gone after them. But funny enough, what this regime did, because you can look and see what this regime actually did was eliminate the task force on foreign corruption, right? There was task forces that were looking into organized blah, 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 whatever, blah, blah, and IP and blah, blah, foreign interference, blah, blah. All stuff like that has been dismantled. So I'm sorry, when you gut the oversight of the very problem that you think you're trying, or that you're telling us you're trying to solve, well, you're just lying to us. Again. And by the way, Trump credibly raped multiple children. That's been a credibly alleged set of crimes. So I think people need to focus.
This is the strength of the U.S. dollar as the world's reserve currency in the face of that challenge.
And I'm just going to say it again so that we make sure I get credited when it all comes down apart. I'm just kidding. J.D. Vance is failing, okay? He's had his big test now is Islamabad. And he's got this fraud task force that he's manufacturing crimes for. And that's not going well either, by the way. So, just so you know. And then now he's stepping on his dick in Islamabad. He can't bring anybody to the table. He has no charisma. He has no leadership. And that is really fucking, like, I think he's failing. And this thing where it's now on hold and now we're like, we started this war, y'all. We started this war. And we can't get ourselves out of it. And people are dying because white men, for the most part, will not stop trying to create chaos and take over resources and be the imperialists that they believe that they need to be. I mean, it is unreal to me. And Chris Wright, the energy director, the idiot, the Keebler elf of the administration, if you will, is out there this morning, too, talking about the fact that, I don't think gas prices are really going to come down until like 2027. Dude, do you know how many people rely on fuel for their very livelihood? Think about delivery drivers and all the gig economy that's been built up since COVID, especially, where people are using vehicles and using transportation. Do you imagine how, their costs may have almost like risen by, 50, 75% at this point. It's like $6, $7 a gallon out in Los Angeles. So, this is real, and it's now, and it's happening. And it is something that literally this regime created. And now they don't know how to get out of it. I can't believe we're here. I really can't. This is like really fucked up. So, yeah. Anyway.
Senator, it's great to see you again. We talked about some of these issues of the G2 rivalry, the rivalry between the U.S. and China and Europe
now. So I look forward to voting for you quickly and seeing you confirmed
You're an
and getting you on the
insurrectionist.
job.
Get the
With
fuck
that, I
out of
yield
here,
back.
Banks.
Thank you, sir. Senator Blunt Rochester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Ranking Member Warren. Also, thank you, Mr. Warsh, for taking the time also to meet with me earlier this week. I share many of the concerns of different committee members about us kind of putting the cart before the horse. And in one regard, it is the whole issue of independence of the Fed. And I know you have made commitments both in your testimony and here today with us in the process of watching the president try to fire Chairman Powell as well as Governor Lisa Cook. It really raises a lot of red flags for us. Even Justice Kavanaugh said that no president has fired a sitting governor in the 112-year history of the Fed, which was structured to be independent of day-to-day politics, and that it would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. There are a lot of questions here today as well about both ethics and whether or not all the paperwork is in, and even Senator Warren's question about, selling of the assets and whether they would be transparent is something that's important, again, to ensure confidence. And so I shared some of those concerns with you in person when we met, and I share them here for the record. I did have a question. I want to focus on AI, but I did have a question beforehand that I wanted to clarify. You mentioned your desire for reform as well as regime change at the Fed. Could you just clarify, you didn't mean removing the regional bank presidents whose 5-year terms were just restated and re-upped in December?
Senator, I meant policy regime change.
Got it. So for the record, we're not looking at regime change for those 12 board presidents. I want to jump to AI because it's probably one of the #1 issues that I hear about in my state. I'm former Secretary of Labor in Delaware. This is something that I asked Chair Powell when he was here as well about. A lot has happened in a year. And one of the things you have characterized this as the most productivity enhancing wave of our lifetimes, past, present, and future. You have described it as structurally disinflationary, and that central bankers must make a bet. I'm in the camp with Senator Kennedy. I'm concerned about us making a bet on something that we know, you've said it, Chairman Powell said it, we don't have the data to even understand yet. And so my first question is, what happens for policy if that surge doesn't materialize as expected?
Yeah. So, Senator, I enjoyed our discussion. I think the essential elements of a new policy for the Federal Reserve is to get access to better data and to dig deeper into the productivity possibilities that can come out of this new investment wave. Today we call it artificial intelligence. 2 years from now we're going to call it business CapEx, and 3 years from now we're going to call it just ordinary business. I think it has two important effects on the conduct of policy. I don't claim to have perfect knowledge of how any of these are going to go, but I do have an intuition the pace of change is accelerating. I'm sorry, Senator, go ahead.
I was just going to ask, how much of your view on interest rates depends on those productivity gains showing up quickly?
Yeah, so I think it has two elements. One is the increase in capital expenditures to build data centers and the rest. That will have an effect on demand. That will increase demand. My guess is a few tenths of 1%. But on the supply side of the economy, to increase the potential output of the economy, that could be considerably bigger. We don't know that. We can't bank on that. But considerable work needs to be done by the Federal Reserve in evaluating this productivity wave. As I said before, monetary policy works with long and variable lags. So you have to make some informed judgments. And unlike other people in office, if the judgments are wrong, you've got to call the flag on yourself and correct them.
Well, I think there's been a lot of conversation here about concerns that in your record, in your history, you have been hawkish on inflation rates and keeping them low. And now we're looking at AI. What I don't want to see is us use AI as an excuse.
Yes.
For making good policy. Too much depends on it. Too many families' lives depend on it. And in our conversation, I also talked about the fact that I know Wall Street is going to be okay, but who we're concerned about as well is Main Street. Yeah. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Kramer, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Warsh, for being here. Thanks for...
To that, I will say I sounded hawkish with the greatest teachers. I was a kid from...
Between bouts of public service, probably a better way to put it. I'm not wealthy, never have been wealthy, and I'm not sure I have much.
Yes. If central bankers should, Senator, it was a pleasure to meet.
Fed governor.
Speaking of institutions that are dug in.
And strikes, that's exactly what I would intend to do.
I lean hard yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Senator Alsobrooks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Warsh. And thank you for meeting with me last week. In August of 2025, President Trump tried to fire Fed Governor Lisa Cook for unsubstantiated allegations widely believed to be politically motivated. Thankfully, both a federal district court and the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled in favor of Governor Cook, preventing her from being fired while the investigation proceeds. This is a landmark test for independence. Now, Supreme Court Justice Brett Kavanaugh said allowing Cook's firing to go forward would weaken, if not shatter, the independence of the Federal Reserve. So I would like to ask you, will you commit to defending Governor Cook's tenure as Chairman Powell has done?
Senator, it was a pleasure to meet you in your office and spend time with you. As I said to you then, I'll repeat here to the broader committee. If I stand for anything, it's the Fed should stay in its lane. As I understand that matter, it's pending before the United States Supreme Court. I think it's inappropriate for me to weigh in on that, especially because in the event that I am confirmed, I could be a party to that matter.
Well, I disagree with Mr. Warsh. I disagree with you. This is your future colleague who was confirmed by both this committee and this Senate to serve her country. Chairman Powell has defended her tenure, and your answer to this is you will not defend her. Is that correct?
No, Senator, that's not my answer. My answer is there's a pending case before the Supreme Court, the results of which I think we're going to hear about soon. If confirmed by this body, I will follow the Constitution, the Supreme Court law, and the best of the Fed's tradition.
Well, let me ask you this then. Do you agree or disagree with Justice Kavanaugh on the Supreme Court, who said that her firing would weaken, if not shatter, the Fed's independence? Do you agree with Justice Kavanaugh?
So I took a constitutional law class, but I wouldn't say I'm worthy of being a Supreme Court justice. What I can say is Fed independence means everything to me.
And it means,
and that's exactly what I would try to do if I'm confirmed.
Well, I'd like to move on to the criminal investigation of Chairman Powell. The Trump administration could have taken many off-ramps to end what is a ridiculous exercise. Instead, they have doubled down. U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, Jeanine Pirro, sent prosecutors to the Fed last week to continue this circus, and they were turned away. Chairman Powell has said that the administration's investigation is not about any testimony or the renovations of a building, calling these arguments pretext, and he said that the threat of criminal charges is a consequence of the Federal Reserve setting interest rates based on its best assessment of what will serve the public rather than following the preferences of the president. So do you dispute Chairman Powell's assertion that the investigations are pretext for policy disagreements?
Senator, as I said with respect to the other case, this is also pending before the courts. I have a ton of confidence in the court's ability to make a final resolution. I'd abide by any judgment of the courts and would follow that judgment in the best of the Fed's traditions.
It's difficult. Let me just ask you another question instead. Just a few days ago, bless his heart, President Trump called Chairman Powell a stubborn, incompetent person who he said suffers from Trump derangement syndrome. Now, can you say before this committee that you disagree with this characterization?
Yeah, my disagreements with Chairman Powell are about policy, not about personality or personnel.
Okay, let me ask you another question about the president. Now, my colleague a moment ago said to you that the president...
He is one slippery Stanford motherfucker. Look how he slips and slides. Oh, I bet he was so charming when he first met all the Louders. I bet Kevin's been charming his whole life. How interesting. Ugh.
You said the president has never asked you
from
about lowering
Uranus.
interest
Hi,
rates, and you said he never
Carla.
specifically
Hey, baby.
is the
So
word
good
you
to see
used,
you. I'm really
demanded
high.
that you decrease interest rates. Well, did the president generally suggest this to you as well?
You know, in my recitation to your colleagues, I wasn't trying to be clever. The president never generally or specifically instructed me, suggested I should commit to any interest rate path whatsoever.
Okay, let me go to another point. So if the Senate does not confirm you by May 15th, the president may inject more financial chaos into our economy by illegally attempting to remove Chairman Powell and installing someone else until your confirmation. Now, the law is quite clear here. If there is a vacancy, the current chairman continues to serve as chair pro tem until the Senate confirms a replacement. But the Trump administration is gearing up to fight this assertion. And I expect every financial leader and reporter is watching your words right now, which can move markets. So I'd like to give you an opportunity to reassure them. Do you agree that the law requires the current Fed chair to continue serving as interim chair while this replacement is confirmed?
So I haven't been advised on that. I will say this. I was a summer associate for 8 weeks at a law firm, and that was the extent of my legal career. I'm certainly not capable of defining whether the Vacancy Act applies to the Federal Reserve or not.
All right. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Senator Bernie Moreno.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for the honor of going last. I know that's normally reserved for people with much more status than I have, so I appreciate that very much.
Oh, God, I can't stand Bernie Moreno, and we don't have to listen to him, and he is the last one. So that nomination hearing is over. Over. I was just looking for, what I want to get for the set is a hanging Uranus planet that I can hang from the ceiling. I could probably make one, but it wouldn't look as good. Well, you know what? Maybe I should just I'm going to make one. I'm going to make a paper mache Uranus, and I'm going to paint it because I haven't painted something in a while, and I actually have quite a bit of paintings that I've done over the years. So, lunch, puppies, and wake and bake. Love it, Carla. I'm so glad. A Uranus throne. Yeah. No, I just think a nice big blue Uranus hanging in the background would be a nice touch. Right? I think so. All right, cool. Now we can get to some reading. And I know there's other things happening, but I really want to get to some of the articles that I got. And, you know, Kevin WARSH is basically the guy we thought he was. And I think he's pretty slimy, frankly. So there you go. Anyway, let's see. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to watch that one. I would like to read this. Okay. So, yeah, anyway. Where's my other? Oh, there. Nope, it's not there. There it is. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bow. Pa-chow. Pa-chow-chow. We'll do that so I can make it bigger. Pa-chow-chow. Yow-yow. Meow. Meow. I hate these weirdo websites. Y'all are so weirdo. All right, so this one I think came from Tina. I know it did. It didn't come from me. Oh, it might have. No, actually it didn't. This definitely came from Tina. Or Teresa. I don't know. There's a 60-inch Uranus balls for over $150. No, I'm going to make one. I think that'd be a fun project. Maybe I could stream it while I'm making it. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be fun. And we could just shoot the shit while and get high while I make Uranus. I think that'd be like a great Sunday afternoon live stream. You know what I mean? Like just chill, little jazz in the background, real low. I don't know. It sounds like it might be a nice Sunday afternoon kind of jam. All right, we'll see. I don't know. I don't have space for it right now. Don't remind me of that. What? When Lolo paints Uranus for all the world to see. Yeah, fuck that, man. We're gonna make our own Uranus. All right. Just to brighten your day, here's an article about the FAA. Or air traffic control, rather. Are we going to watch Jeff Clark's testimony? Wait. Where is that? I fucking didn't know. Oh my God, I'm too high. I'm just fucking too high. I didn't know he was testifying. Well, I'm sorry. I might make you go through it. That's a terrible thing. Oh no, that's not it. What? Wait. When is it? Do it live. Yeah, where is it? I know. Does he have pants on? Wait. I need to get that picture. I can't find the picture that J Rance made with Barbie on a dinosaur right next to Jeff Clark in his underwear. Is that where is it? Senate? Okay, hold on. Dun 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 dun. Wow. You know who is testifying today is the brainworm. Jeff Clark, Senate. I don't think that's gonna be the right thing. Fuck. Give it to me. Fuck. I'm terrible. Oh, man. That's not going to work very... Oh, no, that's definitely not it. Okay, wait. Anything but a Speedo. Wait, man. Jeff Clark testimony. Fuck. Oh, my God. I don't see it. Why don't I see it? Everything's from years ago. I'm so sorry. You are not alone, Your Highness. Thank you. Thank you, Your Highness. We'll just call each other Your Highness. We're finding it. Okay, hold on. Oh, wait. Is this it? Is it about the fraud or something? That's kind of a janky channel. I don't think that's really real. I have RFK. I have years ago. Shit, I really want to find that. Okay, well, wait. I want to find that. How do I find it? How did I miss that? I think I did a lazy job last night. News. That's all from 2024. I know. Well, you know how they're doing the fraud, like, oh, there's fraud in California. Yeah. Wait, past 24 hours. Fuck. Are you fucking with me? Are you fucking with me? Okay, well, I'll keep an eye out for it. But I'll start with reading some things. Anyway, so this is from a website. It's probably an industry website, Aero Explorer, about flying. Federal watchdog warns America's air traffic control systems are wide open to cyber attack. Happy April. Oh, it's tomorrow? Fantastic. I love you, Teresa. Oh, my God. Thank you for the heads up. I love you so much. Thank you. That's so great. Oh, that's going to be fun, everybody. I'll probably go at live for it. I'll go live, so that's going to be earlier. That's going to be at 7 a.m. probably, I would imagine. Maybe earlier, but watch. And for tomorrow morning's show, make sure you go to my YouTube channel to see what time I assign to it so that you get a notification. Hit the bell. Because I'll probably go live when they do that. That's so great. Thank you, Teresa. I really appreciate that. I love you. Thank you. Thank y'all. Good. Now I don't have FOMO. I don't have Jeff Clark FOMO now. So actually, it makes me so happy. A damning federal audit has exposed deep cybersecurity failings at the heart of America's aviation infrastructure, revealing that the Federal Aviation Administration has left dozens of its most safety-critical systems dangerously underprotected, raising the prospect of a catastrophic cyber attack on the nation's skies. Yes, happy birthday to us. Let me move this so you can see that. Yeah. Oh, boy, great. The Department of Transportation Office of the Inspector General published the findings earlier this month. This is from April 13th. Following a review conducted between October 2024 and January 2026, the audit assessed all 45 of the FAA's high-impact information technology systems within the National Airspace System, backbone of U.S. civil aviation, encompassing air traffic control towers, navigation, communications, and airport infrastructure. These are systems that the National Institute of Standards and Technology classifies as posing severe or catastrophic risk if compromised. What the watchdog found was alarming. The OIG report said 15 of the 45 FAA systems are still aligned to outdated NIST standards, and that the FAA had not fully implemented 1,836 of the 16,245 required security controls, 11.3% of the total. Those required controls span penetration testing, supply chain protection, and access management, the very mechanisms designed to keep hostile actors out. The OIG found that all systems supporting automation, communication, navigation, and weather capabilities had vulnerabilities that were not reported, tracked, and mitigated in the department-wide system, while 14 of 17 surveillance systems had the same issue. Making matters worse, the FAA has been bypassing the government's official cybersecurity tracking infrastructure entirely. Rather than using the department's primary cybersecurity assessment and management system, the FAA has been using an internal tracking tool to document and manage vulnerabilities, manually transferring data into the federal system, resulting in reporting delays and probably errors. The OIG was unambiguous about what this means. This is a quote. FAA is not providing transparency to the rest of Department of Transportation. Lack of transparency increases the risk that the FAA and the department may not be able to identify common threats and vulnerabilities or provide comprehensive IT weakness tracking and reporting. Well, what the fuck was Topher doing all this time? The audit also found that FAA's own documentation cannot be trusted. Oh, fabulous. The auditors said some controls were marked as implemented even when they did not satisfy requirements, leaving officials without reliable information on how safeguards were actually operating. Or not, it sounds like. The stakes could hardly be higher. In January 2023, a corrupted database file in the Notice to Air missions system triggered the first nationwide ground stop since September 11th, 2001, delaying nearly 10,000 flights. Although that outage was caused by a contractor error rather than a cyber attack, the audit makes clear that a deliberate intrusion exploiting the documented gaps could produce consequences of equal or greater scale. This is not the first time the OIG has sounded the alarm. A 2021 OIG audit first found that the FAA was failing to meet NIST security standards after redesignating the NAS as a high-impact system. A separate Government Accountability Office GAO investigation in 2024 found 105 of the FAA's 138 air traffic control systems, quote, unsustainable. The pattern is clear, and the response has consistently fallen short. The FAA said that the governance gaps stem from funding limitations, technical constraints, and operational complexities, noting that many of its existing systems, I can't say those very well, would require significant technical modifications or entirely new procurements, leading to cost overruns and timeline delays. For critics, that explanation rings hollow given the scale of the risk involved. Without fixes, the OIG warned that, quote, FAA cannot ensure required safeguards are in place to protect the systems from being compromised, which may cause a severe impact on the NAS and the flying public. The FAA, for its part, accepted responsibility. Based on our review of the draft report, we concur with the 4 recommendations as written and plan to implement them fully by December 31st, 2026. That's right. Yeah, good luck, kids. Congress has been active on the issue through the FAA Reauthorization Act of 2024, signed into law in May 2024. Congress granted the FAA exclusive rulemaking authority over aviation cybersecurity. What? And directed the agency to establish cyber threat management processes for the NAS. Had they even implemented? Okay, whatever. The FAA has since issued a cybersecurity market survey in March 2026 to identify vendors that could help modernize the NAS's security as part of its broader commitment to deliver a new air traffic control system by the end of 2028. Among the agency's more forward-looking pledges, the FAA is also planning to move its NAS, ATC, and IT systems infrastructure to post-quantum cryptography. What the heck is that? What's post-quantum cryptography? Post-quantum cryptography, a concept centered around mitigating attacks from future quantum computers by adopting new encryption methods. Oh, okay. The agency framed the move starkly in its own market request. Quote, without quantum-resistant, crypto-agile security, the NAS cannot achieve the reliability, performance, or international leadership required in the decades ahead. It's like that scene in I don't know, was she in Community or something like that? Money, please. Money, please. That's what I hear when I read that. Whether those ambitions can be realized before a threat actor exploits what the OIG has already documented remains the central question, and for the millions of passengers who take to American skies each day, an uncomfortably open one. Oh, bleh. Sorry. Bad news on that. This one is from April 20th. Happy 420. And Duffy says it would be better if you just start dressing up to fly again. I know, he's more worried about what is quantum? Yeah, thank you. I don't know. And I probably need to do some more, I definitely need to do some more reading on it. This is from our friend Spiral Cow, who's a love, and I adore him. And he's a great musician also. Incredibly beautiful piano player. I follow him on Blue Sky. But he also posts some very interesting articles, and so I wanted to take a look at this one from Futurism from April 20th. Palantir issues ominous corporate manifesto. Palantir is such a bad place. It's so bad. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. I can. All right. Oh, my God. Stop. You're distracting me. God. Why did we do that to ourselves? Why did we let this happen? All right. Here we go. Let me just... All right, here we go. Yeah, I just adore him. I really do. Military and intelligence contractor Palantir has long struggled to beat the allegations of enabling an Orwellian surveillance state on behalf of the Pentagon. The Alex Karp-led company has received huge sums in federal funding to build out a surveillance platform for immigrations and customs enforcement, along with countless other contracts for military operations, policing, and border enforcement, not just with the U.S., but the Israeli military and UK government as well. Just in case its broader mission to supercharge national security using cutting-edge spying was too opaque, Karp penned a 320-page tome titled The Technological Republic, Hard Power, Soft Belief, and the Future of the West. Oh boy. I see what's coming. While the book itself was released just over 14 months ago, a 22-point summary the company tweeted over the weekend put the firm and its controversial CEO's ominous worldview in stark relief, drawing shocked reactions. Belgian philosopher of technology Mark Kokelberg, I guess, described the manifesto as, quote, an example of techno-fascism, while Greek economist Yanis Varoufakis warned that, quote, AI-powered killer robots are coming in his reading of Palantir's, quote, hideous ideology. Engadget pointed out that the summary, quote, reads like the ramblings of a comic book villain, and we can't help but agree. It doesn't take long for the red flags to shoot up. Karp calls for national service to be a, quote, universal duty, and for the undoing of the post-war neutering of Germany and Japan. He also calls for hard power at the expense of moral appeal. Note there are quotes in this, and I apologize for skipping over. And opines that people shouldn't look to the political arena to nourish their soul and sense of self. Nothing about human rights. Nothing about anything. Okay, we got it. Meanwhile, is this the guy who's like, oh, is Curtis Yarvin like, oh, Alex gets it. Alex is still in my camp. He still believes there's a great pumpkin coming. He's my Sally. Alex Karp is the Sally to Curtis Yarvin's Linus. Yep, I called it. Don't let anyone take that from me. Okay. Meanwhile, it calls for the, quote, West, and I will quote that, to shed any sense of inclusivity. Hello, this is white supremacy. You, they're so scared. They're so scared because they know they're pretty mediocre. So the merit system will bite them in the motherfucking ass. That's why they got to get rid of any colleges and universities. Get rid of Pell Grants. Get rid of all the financial aid. Just go to this institute run by Palantir and learn how to work for them. It'll be okay. Sorry. Wow, I really am high. This is great. I'm having a great time. I hope you are too. Okay, here we go. Meanwhile, it calls for the West to shed any sense of inclusivity, in quotes, by resisting the, quote, shallow temptation of a vacant and hollow pluralism, end quote, closely echoing the far right's repeated calls to end what it calls woke, essentially inclusive and anti-discriminatory beliefs. As such, Karp told investors in November that Palantir is the first company to be completely anti-woke. There it is, everybody. Hey. There's no hiding. They're not hiding what is happening. There are supervillains among us. They don't think they're villains because they think this is the right thing to do. Okay, they've actually convinced themselves that poor people, bad, rich people, good. White people, good, everybody else, bad. And frankly, white people, scared to be the minority. But that's where it's headed, babes. And they're real scared. Anyway, thank you for coming to my TED Talk. The book also argues that the New World Order will inevitably be determined by software and AI-driven warfare, and that, quote, violent crime needs to be solved by Silicon Valley itself. In reality, violent crime has been falling for decades. It's terrifyingly unambiguous rendition of Karp's worldview that, given his reputation as the, quote, scariest CEO in the world, shouldn't come as much of a surprise. From supporting deportations carried out by ICE to developing software for autonomous strike drones that's being used in Iran to select targets, he and his company have long been shrouded in controversy. Meanwhile, even former employees struggle to explain what the Peter Thiel co-founded software firm actually does, as Wired reported last year. Sorry, my lips are dry. I need to put some lip balm on. Quantum cryptography. Okay. Oh, you did? You put the definition in Discord? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Tom. I love beer. That's right. I love beer. I don't love beer, actually. I don't drink beer anymore. I used to drink a lot of it. But anyway, what am I saying? Okay. Meanwhile, oh yeah, we did that. In an open letter published last year, several months after Karp's book was released, a group of former workers warned that Palantir's leadership has abandoned its founding ideals and that its original promises of protecting against discrimination and disinformation, quote, have now been violated and are rapidly being dismantled at Palantir Technologies and across Silicon Valley. Protesters also recently staged a die-in by collapsing on the pavement in front of Palantir's offices while brandishing signs with slogans such as Palantir, ICE and War Enabler, and Profiteer. Karp's inscrutable personality has also drawn plenty of attention. Earlier this year, he acted erratically and notably struggled to stay seated during an interview, kicking off rumors that he was under the influence of drugs. It was just a K-hole. Stop. The billionaire has previously joked that working at Palantir can feel like a cult, except with no sex and very little drugs. Thank you, Victor, for that piece. Thank you, Spiral Cow, for always sharing really interesting stuff. Then, last night, I was looking up Gaza, because I'm like, what's happening in Gaza? So I pulled, I think, one, maybe two pieces on it, just because it's a part of our follow-up. Welcome to Wake and Bake. We just talk about the news. A hobby of mine. I love that Peroni beer. Oh, yeah. I used to love that, too. Yeah. But, you know, whatever. I mean, if you can hold your beer, congratulations. I couldn't. Board of Peace, this is from, I think it was actually from yesterday. I got it last night. But anyway, so this is it's live update. Board of Peace reportedly holds talks with Dubai firm to run the Gaza reconstruction. So, hey, full steam ahead, folks. Don't think there's anybody from Palestine on that board. I think there's like sub-members that are, I don't even know who they are or what they represent or if they have any voting rights or anything. This is all so terrible. Representatives for Donald Trump's Board of Peace have held discussions with state-owned Dubai multinational DP World about managing supply chains and other infrastructure projects in Gaza. Hey, get ready for more human trafficking, bitches. Oh, fucking hell. Get ready. The human trafficking is going to go off the motherfucking charts. Strap in. Because this shit is about to get bananas. Syria. Gaza. Ukraine. Iran. And the other Gulf states that have been damaged and have damage to their infrastructure. The human trafficking is about to blow the motherfuck up. You will have enslavement on these construction jobs. You will have sex trafficking to bring in for the workers. I'm telling you right now, this is so fucking bad, and it is moving full steam ahead. Wow, I'm really off the soap. I'm on the soapbox today. All right. Okay. The talks examine whether DP World would enter into a partnership with the Board of Peace to run the logistics for humanitarian aid and other goods entering Gaza, the report says. Wait, where is it? Oh, no. That was it, actually. Let me do this. Oh, that's what I did. I went to the Financial Times. I'm so dumb. Wait, no, I have that. All right. Oops, sorry. I kind of fucked. Maybe this is what it... Is this it? Oh, no, this is the tariffs one. All right. Well, anyway, sorry about that. I will find that, but I don't have it right now. Okay, wait. What have I got here? Well, here. Report finds Gaza needs more than $71 billion in next decade for recovery. This is from Al Jazeera. This is from yesterday. More than $71 billion will be needed over the next 10 years for recovery and reconstruction in Gaza after Israel's genocidal war on the territory, a new report says. In their Gaza Rapid Damage and Needs Assessment, RDNA, released on Monday, the European Union and United Nations asserted that the conflict has had a, quote, catastrophic impact on human development and left the enclave desperately in need of huge sums of money in the immediate future. The report found that $26.3 billion will be required in the first 18 months of Gaza's reconstruction to restore essential services, rebuild critical infrastructure, and support its economic recovery. Quote, physical infrastructure damages are estimated at $35.2 billion, with economic and social losses amounting to $22.7 billion, a joint statement by the report's sponsors said. Let's see if we can watch this.
In Gaza, rows of tents stretch across open land, home to families who have lost everything. Some families are moving into temporary housing units. They are made of fiberglass and are stronger than the tents, but is still unable to provide real protection.
This house is better than the tarpaulin tents we used to live in. Those would collapse on my children with the slightest wind. Our bedding and clothes would get soaked. Even now, there's still no drainage system for rainwater.
The United Nations says at least 1.3 million Palestinians are still displaced, living in nearly 1,000 makeshift camps across the Strip. It's the result of more than 2 years of relentless Israeli bombardment. 81% of all structures have been damaged or completely destroyed. Among them, more than 320,000 houses. For people here, the promised rebuilding has yet to materialize.
We are 6 months into the ceasefire. We were told reconstruction would begin, but here we are. The situation is still the same. It's actually getting worse. The tents don't protect us, the buildings are still destroyed, and there are no solutions. Even the school students don't have proper buildings.
The UN says the gap between what is needed and what is being delivered is vast.
At this stage, we are bringing in the very bare minimum. We are prioritizing families according to their needs, but everybody needs and wants a proper shelter solution. We are looking at it. We are preparing to scale up now at the provision of RHUs, relief housing units.
For now, these shelters remain a temporary answer to a much deeper crisis.
Displaced families in Gaza say fiberglass tents are sturdier, but they are still a temporary fix, and the shelters fall far short of the reconstruction that was promised as part of the second phase of the ceasefire that took effect in October. Rahim Al-Khalili, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
It is heartbreaking. Oops, sorry.
In Gaza.
Sorry about that. Gaza is under a fragile ceasefire that was agreed in October. The agreement, which the Israeli military is accused of repeatedly breaching, followed 2 years of devastating conflict sparked by the October 7th, 2023 Hamas-led attacks on southern Israel. This is the Israel... Oh, no, this is Al Jazeera. I'm so sorry. The Israeli response, widely condemned for having quickly morphed into an attempt to eradicate Gaza's 2.3 million people, has killed more than 72,500 people, according to Gaza's Ministry of Health. At least 777 people have been killed since the ceasefire took effect, according to the ministry, with 32 killings occurring since the start of April alone. The victims include Al Jazeera journalist Mohammed Wisha, who was killed in a drone strike west of Gaza City on April 8th. Gaza's government media office said Israel has committed 2,400 violations of the ceasefire. These include killings, arrests, blockades, and starvation policies. The UN said the Israeli bombardment has generated more than 61 million tons of rubble in the besieged and battered strip, leaving entire communities entombed. According to the RDNA, 371,888 housing units have been destroyed or damaged. More than 50% of hospitals in the territory are non-functional, and nearly all schools have been destroyed or damaged. Gaza's economy has contracted by 84%, and 1.9 million people have been displaced, often multiple times. More than 60% of the population have lost their homes, the assessment found. The hardest hit sectors in the Strip include housing, health, education, commerce, and agriculture, and the conflict has set back human development in Gaza by 77 years, the report said.
This building has not collapsed, but it's no longer stable. Across Gaza, multiple houses are still standing, but structurally unsound. In the aftermath of the destruction, danger lies hidden in cracked walls, weakened columns, and ceilings that give way without warning. Civil engineer Mahmoud Ubaid is helping people assess the dangers. Because of the shortage of proper equipment, he uses basic tools.
We work to stabilize collapsing buildings until reconstruction can begin. We also create makeshift spaces for families whose homes have been critically damaged. Shelters are overcrowded, and finding alternatives is difficult.
In some places, there is still something to save. With improvised materials, temporary supports are installed in an attempt to delay the inevitable.
We used to live here when our neighbor...
What, Teresa? I thought he invited him to Hungary, but you're saying if Bibi comes to Hungary, he'll be arrested? Are you kidding me? Holy shit. What? What? Oh, hold on. Oh, sorry. That's a terrible noise. Oh! Holy mazzoli. Where am I? I want to make sure I don't lose where I am. Oh, okay. I'll find it. Oh my God. I'm so pleasantly shocked. Yeah, I know. But I actually had read something and I posted about it yesterday where he had invited him. So I totally got that one wrong. I'll have to take that post down. Those guys were wrong. Media literacy. What the fuck? Magyar making moves, making money moves. He's like, you know what? Yeah, I might have been in Orban's party, but I'm a little cooler than the other kids, all right? So just, shut up. Where am I? Oh, there. Nope, I'm here. Wow. Teresa coming in with the breaking news. What the fuck, man? You're so good. God, how do you keep track of all this and do everything that you do in your life, which I know is wonderful things because we talk about it. I don't know how you do it. I can't do it. This is why I have you guys. Because if I didn't have you guys, I'd never get any link. I'd have like some lame links that probably come from stupid places. I don't know. Anyway, sorry. I'm gushing because I love you and I'm high.
Neighbor's home was struck. The attack damaged ours as well. We're using beams to create a space we can shelter in. We'll clear this area and live here. We have no other options.
In other homes, there is little left to fix. Only warnings about where not to stand, not to sleep.
I returned to my home and found it heavily damaged. I consulted the engineer, Mahmoud, who advised me to stay in the spot of the house because the rest isn't safe.
Homes are no longer whole. They are fragmented spaces, divided between what can be used and what must be abandoned. People living in this neighborhood behind me are in limbo. Reconstruction has stalled and building materials are not allowed into the strip. As more time passes, what remains standing does so at the edge of endurance. These houses no longer offer the sanctuary they were built for. Tariq Abu Azzoum, Al Jazeera, Gaza City, Palestine.
Wow. Orban was trying to get Hungary out of the ICC. Magyar came in just in time. Yeah, and you know what? I bet you Orban's going to be, on the wall. Here's the thing, because Orban's been involved in a ton of dirty and shady shit for decades. He's been the president for 16 years? He literally is so fucking dirty and so dark money, oligarchy, kind of Russian, agreeing to do terrorist things, agreeing to participate in the war against Ukraine. Okay? So Orban is definitely going to be investigated if he isn't already under investigation. Oh man, this is going to get really both wonderful, I guess, and really hard, I guess. I don't know. Probably more on the hard side, I guess. The hardest hit sectors in the Strip include housing, health, education, commerce, and agriculture. Oh, just that? Just the foundation of human life? Okay. Civilization? Okay. And the conflict has set back human development in Gaza by 77 years, the report said. Both the UN and the EU have called for Gaza's reconstruction to be Palestinian-led and based on approaches that actively support the transition of governance to the Palestinian Authority. That is a clear rebuke to earlier hints from Dump that Gaza could be cleared and rebuilt as a resort on the Mediterranean Sea. Well, get ready, because Dubai and DB World, they're in it to win it, babes. In it to fucking win it. Yikes. Oh, here's something's quant. I don't know why I picked this up. I think I was just trying to torture myself. But I'm going to take a minute and a break. I mean, not a break, but, like a sip of my coffee. God, I am just beautifully high right now. I just have to tell you. This has been a great bake. Hopefully, it's been valuable to you. I really hope. Even though I'm really high. Okay, we're going to read this from the Wall Street Journal. Wall Street brings sophisticated quant trading to the masses. I just saw the quant thing and I got kind of excited. Quantitative investment strategies for clients are one of JP Morgan's fastest growing businesses. And I always love a good Jamie Dimon story. Wall Street's favorite new way of making money is selling sophisticated investing strategies to Main Street. JP Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, all down this morning. Citigroup and other banks are competing to sell programs that systematically execute trades based on preset rules. Hedge funds and others have long deployed such quant trading strategies, but now pension funds, endowments, family offices, and others are embracing them. Yeah, what could go wrong? Asset managers are also seeing a surge in interest in the strategies from wealthy investors, fueling interest in these trading products, which banks call quantitative investment strategies, or QIS. Fear that traditional investment approaches can't keep up in the age of artificial intelligence. Guess what, day traders? You're the myth that you've been living under, that you have any control or are actually doing something when it comes to market strategy. Honey, You were replaced a long time ago by hedge fund managers and other people. And now you're about to be super replaced by AI. Have a great day. Enjoy that. Enjoy that. Maybe you should just try Polymarket. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Please don't do that. The speed of the market is increasing, and we don't have conviction about managers who mainly rely on fundamental analysis, said Elmer Huh. Sorry, when it has the name Elmer, I can't help myself. Chief Investment Officer of the Murdoch Trust, a foundation in the Pacific Northwest. We think we can adapt a lot quicker with quantitative approach. Well, yeah, I mean, you just have a robot do your trading. I mean, what? Hope you have a good robot, you know. Hope your robot's better than his. Since December, the foundation has shifted 3% of its $2.1 billion investment portfolio to QIS funds managed by Goldman Sachs Asset Management. So this is just fabricated ways for rich people to make more money off of other rich people. That's it. That's all this is. It's just another vehicle to probably launder money in some regards. But then also just to kind of put it on cruise control and let the chips fall where they may, because they know they're going to win in the end anyway. Between the lack of regulations and the the incredible tax treatment of all their profits, they're gonna bank. It's gonna be bank, baby. Until, I guess, I would imagine a great failure in the AI and the QIS models for these investment trading, where it's like, okay, if it hits a certain trigger, I mean, I don't know, because there's already programs that do that. But okay, whatever. What do I know? But I guess it's to do it against a larger number. I don't even know. Like, what? How is this different from what already exists on, stop loss and all these other trading mechanisms? Anyway. But what I don't really understand is, what if something goes wrong with the QIS? Like, what if that is, like, let's just talk about what happened at the FAA and the fact that there's some huge cyber, and, that's probably a bad example because the FAA systems are probably really old and these are probably more well-funded, if you will, by venture capital. But at the same time, I mean, people are stupid, and that's just the way it is. And there will inevitably be some kind of vulnerability within the QIS model where it goes haywire and starts buying, like Melania meme coins instead of actual securities. Like, I don't know. I just wonder. And not that isn't, that shouldn't stop a project from, because this technology is here. And I'm not saying it's not going to stop. It just needs to be there need to be some kind of guardrails, but we're not there yet. So, I can see a world where things fail and it actually has some pretty dramatic effects on everyday people through things like pension funds or, just kind of general financial health and bank runs and silly stuff like that. Right. Don't forget the private equity market. We can't forget that. But anyway, so, yeah, okay, sorry. But that's what I think of when I think of this. I'm like, what can go wrong? And when it goes wrong, how bad is it? What's the worst it can get, right? Bank trading units now manage about $850 billion in QIS programs globally, up from $362 billion 5 years ago. I wonder why they see this as such a great gamble. I guess it's just easy money. I think it's probably just easy money. According to Premia Lab, which helps institutions analyze systematic market data strategies, these trades often rely on borrowed money. What? What? What is that? What is it? These trades often rely on borrowed money or leverage to amplify returns, meaning they represent more than $1 trillion, enough to move markets, Premia Lab says. Assets under management using QIS. And that's 2020 to now, or to last year. I'm sorry if this is boring. I hope it's not totally boring. I get it if it is, and I apologize. Investors contact a salesperson or even go to a bank's website and choose from various quant strategies. The banks do the trading for the clients. Oh, so individuals do this. Okay. JP Morgan's markets unit, one of the biggest providers of QIS programs. That's Jamie Dimon, baby. The biggest providers of QIS programs, manages over $100 billion in notional exposure to the trades, the face value of those positions. The bank has seen QIS revenue rise 30%. Woo! That's growth, baby. So far this year from the same period in 2025, according to people close to the matter. That is an acceleration from the 25% growth seen in recent years, making it one of JP Morgan's fastest growing businesses. Some investors wary of all the money that is shifted to passive investing. Sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Big noise. Okay, that might, it didn't really help, but that's okay. I got to figure out, my mic stand is missing a part. I have to go to Guitar Center and get the part that will help this problem fix. Oh my God. Okay, stop touching it. Oh my God, it's buzzing. It's driving me crazy. I need to get that contact cleaner. Josh is going to come in here and yell at me that I haven't cleaned the contacts on my mic cords. I got to do that. I got a little scared of like spraying stuff in them, but okay. Oh man, I'm really high today. This is a really crazy show. Some investors wary of all the money that is shifted to passive investing in indexes dominated by a few huge tech stocks see active strategies like quant trading as a way to regain an edge. Others are trying to deal with volatile markets buffeted by war, tariff wars, and uncertainty over the Federal Reserve's interest rate moves, all of which are self-created. One QIS tactic, using AI to digest earnings calls and quickly adjust portfolios with swaps or other instruments. Others are using QIS programs for protection. An investor might work with a bank to set up a strategy of buying puts or more complex puts or options. Like you're going to put the stock to somebody. That's what you're buying the right to do, is to put the stock to somebody to sell it at a certain price, just so you know what a put is. Buying puts or more complex stock market protection on a regular basis, for example, rather than scrambling to buy a hedge when stocks get jittery. I don't know what that means because I'm not really sure about hedge investing. I'm not like really good at that. I'm not good at any of it, but I have a basic knowledge. At an industry conference in New York last year, Julio Delgado, chief investment strategist at the American Red Cross, said his organization now largely relies on QIS programs to make investments, rather than previous approaches such as hiring internal traders and investing with hedge funds, according to someone in the audience. Glenn Shore, an analyst at Evercore ISI, flagged one reason banks are so excited to offer QIS programs. Portfolio managers and analysts cost money and get bonuses. Computers don't. It's the money. Money, money, money. Money. Money, 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 money. Money. And it ain't our money, babes. It ain't our money. I mean, I don't know about you, but I'm never going to see anything like that. Nor would I think I would need to, actually. But redistribution of wealth. Okay. Shore said, okay, blah, 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 what did I do? Shore says QIS programs represent a decent portion of the growth in the wealth channels of banks. Goldman Sachs Asset Management, for instance, manages about $175 billion in QIS funds, about 5% of its overall assets managed. Woo! Wealthy clients are turning to the banks for tax harvesting trades that have soared in popularity and other sophisticated moves that can be challenging to set up on their own. Oh my God, it's like WALL-E, but financial. QIS programs, which are often structured as derivative contracts called total return swaps, have ample risk. Quant returns have been uneven in recent years, and so much money is shifting to these strategies that some are at risk of becoming overcrowded, says Ramon Verestugui, founder of Kairos Investment Advisors. I think I actually know him. I wonder if he's from California. Maybe not. Too many investors doing the same trades can reduce potential profits. Aggressive hedge funds have been trying to profit from the growth of QIS programs by anticipating their trades, says Arnab Sen, who developed QIS products at Barclays before joining Paloma Partners as a portfolio manager. These funds try to act before the QIS programs can, a cat and mouse game that can cause unusual movements in various investments. What the fuck? Okay, man. Manipulation. Manipulation is making me crazy. It's making me crazy. Okay. Sorry. Aggressive hedge funds have been trying to profit from the growth of QIS. Did I do this wrong? I did. Dummy. Either way, the profits are piling up for the banks, which charge investors depending on the complexity of their trades. Moreover, QIS revenue is nearly risk-free and generally reliable since the trades are preset. Holy shit! Holy revenue models, Batman! Dollar bills, y'all. Come on, Jamie Dimon, dance for me. Well, not me, but, you know, another billionaire. Oh, my God, Becky. Banks also don't have to set as much capital aside to back these trades as other kinds of trading or financing businesses. Holy shit, the collateral doesn't even have to be there. Oh, yeah. How are these reviewed by the SEC, I wonder? Or the federal... Oh, the Treasury? I'm sorry. Mrs. Beasley, where'd you go? I lost Mrs. Beasley. Oh, Jesus Christ on a cracker. Okay, sorry. Asset managers can charge QIS clients management fees and performance fees. Woo! QIS programs are emerging as competitors for some hedge funds, says Adrien Guillon. I don't know how to say that. Chief Executive Officer of Premia Lab. Banks typically charge a bid-offer spread on whatever they are trading for investors. Oh, so they're making a profit. They're making the spread, too, on their trading vehicles. Oh, boy. They're market making? This is crazy. Oh, my God. I don't even know what's happening here. Lately, some hedge funds have been asking banks to place QIS moves for them as well as a sign of their growing popularity. Well, goodbye to all those hedge fund managers. Nobody needs you anymore. I'm going to have to sell the Tesla. A fund with a focus on equities, for example, might work with a bank to set up QIS trades in commodity markets, said Veristugi of Kairos Investment Advisors. I mean, dry stuff, but at the same time, it's insanity. Let me see what else I got here. I think I went through all my articles. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Well, there's this one. Oh, you know what? I was just looking up Apollo. I was thinking, what's happening with Apollo management? And then I found this article. When is it from? April 16th. I'm going to read it. Wait. Neil, bye now, folks. Have to attend a funeral reception. It's at the bar down the street, so I can go from Lolo's Lounge to local lounge. Cheers. Cheers, Neil. And our very deepest sympathies to you and your friends for the loss that you've suffered. And I hope that you find comfort and solace in the community of your reception. So thanks for stopping in, Neil. We're sending lots of love to you and your friends. So yeah. 20 years lived there. Oh wait, what? They just shut down Alcatraz Island to tourists. Why? Really? Why would they do that? Is he taking it over or something? Good luck. Good luck. We've been there before. I'm old enough to remember. What? Okay, it says all tours. This is from SF Gate, which is a reliable source. All tours to San Francisco's Alcatraz Island suddenly canceled. The Rock is closing for dock repairs this week, park officials said. San Francisco's Alcatraz Island has shut down and will be closed to visitors for the rest of the week to undergo repairs at its dock. National Park Service officials told SF Gate on Monday morning the historic landmark and tourist destination is scheduled to reopen by Saturday. In an email, Joshua Winchell, the park's chief communications and special park uses, described the closure as fairly routine. He noted it was a planned and pre-scheduled endeavor to repair the island's dock where more than 1 million people disembark every year, specifically to repair and inspect the dock pilings. All tours from Monday through Friday have been canceled and previously purchased tickets have been refunded, though Winchell was not immediately able to share how many. I'll link that article for those that are interested in the closure of that. I don't know. Is it just dumb planning, I wonder? I'm not sure. It's just never held any appeal. Oh, I went to it when I was younger. I thought it was really interesting. I mean, it's good to do once, but that was when it was that was like in the fucking 70s. I mean, it was a whole different story then. So, and it was much more, just decrepit and not like it is now, I think. There was no gift shop. Let's put it that way. So as I was looking for things around Apollo, because as you know, Apollo Global Management is very involved with the Trump family, very involved with this entire regime, and is still led to this day, to this moment, by Leon, or maybe he doesn't lead it, but he's on the board or something like that. Leon Black of Epstein Leon Black. And so this guy just keeps popping up. Now, they have a new CEO. But I thought this was interesting because it also mentioned private credit fund redemptions, which Apollo basically, where people gave them money to help, like with startups and shit like that. They can't get their money back because these guys are, I don't know what they're scared of. I imagine it's just the bottom falling out or of whatever pyramid scheme they've developed. It's where we can, you know what? It'd be too nice because it has great views from Alcatraz. So it'd be too nice for them. Unless you just deny them the view, which I don't know. That seems like cruel and unusual punishment. I think they just need to blip out, like evaporate, like ashes. Okay. So this was from last week. Key points. Software stocks are on the rebound, but fears are still widespread that enterprise software market debt in private credit funds is highly concentrated and at risk of default. And it was interesting because I saw another story about Salesforce, which would be one of those enterprise software. And I just wonder if it's related now because I'm pretty high. Alternative assets giant Apollo Global Management, Leon Black, who is credibly been alleged to rape children, has seen its stock sell off by more than 15% this year as a result, and it limited redemptions in its private credit fund to 5%. So that's when investors in that private credit fund got a little nervous. Apollo CEO Mark Rowan reiterated his firm's view at CNBC's Invest in America forum on Wednesday, that would have been the 14th or something, that redemptions per quarter are standard, and added that any private lender that can't meet this request is an idiot. Wait, is this a video? Okay, good. This is a video. I love it.
Top dog law. If you get hurt.
So why are people so worried about you right now?
Well, only you're worried. No one's worried. No, the answer is you think
it's more of a media story?
I do. I think that, so.
Let's just get it off your chest.
Yeah. So we start with, who are the large issuers of private credit? Intel, BP, Shell, Air France, AB InBev, AT&T, Meta, RWE.
But a lot of software companies too.
But we're talking about two different things. The private credit market is about a $40 trillion market. If you think about what it is, everything on a bank balance sheet is private credit. Loans to customers, loans to companies, they're all private. What we spend all our time talking about on the press is 2 trillion of 40 trillion, which should properly be called levered lending. In the levered lending market, you again have two markets.
Why does he have the sniffles? Why does he have the sniffles? How did this many dirtbags make it to such powerful? I don't know. Put more sharks around it. One of my brothers lives in Tiburon. His house sits up on the hill, and you can look down and see Alcatraz to the left. If you look straight ahead, you look across the bay to the SF skyline. Woo! I used to work in Tiburon, took the ferry over. That's cool. They definitely have killer views. Oh, yeah. Fuck yeah. Oh, I'm still live. I'm going to be live for a minute, or maybe not. I feel like I've gone through. This is the last article that I had. But you never know what happens with me. I'm very unpredictable. And I'm kind of enjoying just getting high with my friends.
It's one broadly syndicated, the other so-called direct lending, or what people refer to as private credit. And I'll give you the math for us. We're a $1 trillion asset manager, 750 billion of credit, 16 billion of retail money. It works out to 5% a quarter of redemptions, works out to about 750 million. It rounds to zero.
So you think people are wrong about just how big this is?
I think people are wrong in their misunderstanding of the notion of private and public. We have this feeling in our bones that private is risky and public is safe.
Because we don't know as much about it.
Well, we sleep at night, and yet we don't know. There's no review of anything on a bank balance sheet. There's no ratings. There's no price. And yet we go to sleep every night and we wake up the next day. And in the institutional market, we've been doing this forever. And so I always ask the provocative question, if what the activity is risky, do we want it in the government-backed, government-guaranteed banking system, or do we want it in the investment marketplace? I would say that private credit, levered lending, direct lending, has actually been a de-risking for the entire United States and for investors. 2008, regulators made a decision to push this activity out of the banking system and into the investment marketplace.
Yeah, Bessent was talking about this.
And
I want to do a little bit of level set here. How do you like that? I get high with a little help from my friends. I get by with a little help from my friends. I just want to talk about why private equity is bad and how it's different from like loaning a mom and pop, some money to grow their jam making business or something. I'll just read this definition, or kind of like why it's categorized as bad. Private equity is often criticized for using high-debt, leveraged buyout models that prioritize short-term investor profits over long-term business health, frequently leading to massive job losses, service degradation, and bankruptcy. Private equity firms extract value by slashing employee wages, benefits, and operational costs while potentially imposing high fees. So these are the guys that go in and gut the businesses that have the leverage buyout. And that's what private equity is making a profit on, is churning businesses. So yeah, it is risky. And they could lose their investment. So that's what Mark Rowan does. And he sniffs a lot. I don't know what the ketamine, does ketamine make you sniff? Because I feel like ketamine is their go-to in Silicon Valley. I don't know that. I'm making it up. I'm sorry. Allegedly.
it worked. Now the question is, did investors take more risk and therefore they were left holding the bag? And I would say it this way, investors actually de-risked as well. And what I mean by that, no one sold their treasuries or their investment grade bonds to buy private credit. Investors sold their equities. Investors made a logical decision to get equity-like returns by owning first lien debt, and they also de-risked. And so we saw a de-risking throughout the system.
That is Apollo Global Management, a.k.a. Leon Black's company, former company, I guess. He is the current CEO, Mark Rowan. I've never heard him speak before, but yeah, that's who he is. Sorry, I know this is a little dry, but I always like to kind of expose, well, certainly myself, to some of these key players. Because Apollo Global Management, I think, is going to be somebody we have to bail out. The bad Leon, right? I think, I predict, and this is just me, the fucked up Cassandra, I'm just saying, I see a future where Apollo Global Management gets some kind of government bailout. I'm just saying. That's why I think private equity is dangerous, is because I think these guys are gambling and, you know, flipping and trashing. And there's a lot of money pouring into it. What did he say? $4 trillion or something like that? Or I don't even know what he said. He has $1 trillion. So I think it's worth being exposed to. Let's put it that way. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
What's the concern today? There are good banks and bad banks. There are good asset managers and bad asset managers.
You're a good one.
Insurance I believe that we are a good one. And people had a choice when they created products for retail high net worth investors. If you wanted to pay a high dividend, you could invest in growthy companies. You could do things other than first lien. You could do things that were PIK, and you could work with leverage. All of those four choices produced a high dividend. And if you wanted to do what we and others did, you went large cap only, cash, not actually know what they own. Maybe they should have known which of those two choices they were making. And so in the absence of knowledge, they're asking for redemptions. For us...
Did you see his demon face come out? Did you see the demon face? Am I the only one that saw the demon face? Look at that! I gotta take a picture of that. Hold on, everybody. Demon face! Oh my god! It's a demon face! Dude! What the fuck? I love this. I love it when this happens. I love art is everywhere. That's what I say. Art is everywhere. I've always said that. Art is everywhere. Art is political statement. All art is somehow, well, I guess not, a statement of some kind.
Maybe they should have known which of those two choices they were making. And so in the absence of knowledge, they're asking for redemptions. For us, if you can't, as a first lien credit manager, meet 5% redemptions per quarter, I'll say it frankly, you're an idiot. This is not that hard to do. And so for us, $750 million in the first quarter, $750 out in the first quarter, this is not of any moment. The story, though, is the story you've been talking about all day, which is a story of change. If you discovered 8 weeks ago that enterprise software was vulnerable to AI, you kind of weren't doing your job. This is knowable. And we're seeing this technology shift take place at a point in time when the private equity industry spent a decade where 30% of their activity was enterprise software. That, to me, is the story. Not a story of whether private is good or bad. Concentration to one industry that is being affected by technological change is bad. It has nothing to do with whether it's private or public, because if you're public and you are concentrated in enterprise software, the stocks are down 60 and 70%.
Yeah.
It's all about the selection of the business. It's over concentration. It's too much growth. It's too much risk. It's not an indictment of an industry or an asset class.
Well, but I guess the question is, how bad can it get here if we see more withdrawals, if we start to actually see software defaults, which is an expectation?
I don't think it's well understood. The retail phenomenon is not the bulk of money going into this $2 trillion ecosystem of levered lending. And so what will happen, and what is happening today, is spreads widen slightly. And they've only widened slightly other than software. Institutions look at this and say, spread widening. We should deploy more money into this asset class. Money is coming in institutionally, and it is going to result in reasonably normal spreads, with the exception of software, which has nothing to do with public or private. It has to do with that enterprise software is at risk of technological change and valuation change and default risk as a result of AI.
Your next break.
Oh no! Oh my God. I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I hate it when I do that. I can't. I need to have a show where that doesn't happen. But I am sorry because I hate it when that happens and I'm watching a stream and they're like, and like, you don't, yeah. Anyway, apologies. Okay, here's what I was going to say. Here's what I said. I'm going to send you the rest of that Apollo article, but you get the point, and I don't want to bore you to death. I don't want to, that's not my intention. But just to kind of close a loop for me is that I had noticed a couple of days ago this story about Mark Benioff from Salesforce kind of getting a little panicky about, people saying that he can't keep up, with AI and with technology. And Salesforce, if you don't know, is just a massive company. Massive. And so I think Mark also owns Time Magazine and all this shit. So bottom line is it's kind of interesting when Mark Benioff doesn't say a lot normally, just kind of newsy kind of stuff. So this caught my ear. And then with this whole thing about private equity and the fact that, someone like Apollo Management doesn't think that companies like Salesforce that are big enterprise software ventures, right? They give large software systems to other clients. He doesn't have confidence that those companies can keep up with technology and that those bets will be bad, right? Unless they get with the program literally. So anyway, I found it kind of interesting. So I'll try and read some of this. I don't know how long it is. I don't want to bore you. It's about 9 minutes. We'll see. But I just kind of am interested, and just to plant it in your... Every left YouTube streamer has at least one microphone issue per stream. I know, but we're going to get to a point where my microphone somehow is in an eye line that I have some kind of monitor so that I can see that I'm not being heard. So very apologetic on that one. I just think it's frustrating as a viewer, and I hate to frustrate people. It drives me crazy. All right, so let's go into this. The Wall Street Journal, Mark Benioff says the software bears are all wrong about Salesforce. I know. It's a sign you're amongst the right people. There you go. Hell yeah. People think we have our back against the wall, but customers aren't replacing its offerings with AI, CEO says. Mark Benioff has some problems. His enterprise software company, Salesforce, up currently, is the biggest name in a category that Wall Street thinks may get decimated by artificial intelligence. Its business model has centered on selling software to large companies and even small companies and nonprofits. I have programmed plenty of Salesforce databases for nonprofits. Thank you very much. Let's see. But many of those firms are expected to downsize as AI agents become increasingly proficient at performing real-world tasks. It is a daunting double bind, and it isn't even the worst-case scenario. Salesforce stock is down a mere 28% year-to-date. The hardest-hit software as a service company, SaaS, are down about twice that much on similar fears. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't even realize that. That's things like SAS or what is it called? I can't even remember now. But there's large companies that you would recognize the names of. I hope I'm not speaking down. I'm just trying to not assume people's familiarity with some of the things that I just happen to know. So again, hopefully, I'm probably just like speaking to the choir. You guys know all this stuff and then some. But Benioff thinks the Bears have it all wrong about the SaaSpocalypse. Yeah, that's software as a service, and it's things of like a big databases that you buy from people like Salesforce, and you put in yours, and you customize it to your situation. Basically, is what he does. And the other things are also those types of models, but they're much more complicated, and I don't really understand them. The other SaaS. So Benioff thinks the Bears have it wrong about the SaaSpocalypse thesis generally, and especially about Salesforce. AI, he says, is making Salesforce more valuable to its customers than ever. The leading AI labs couldn't replace what Salesforce offers, even if they wanted to, and they would rather partner with him, for now anyway. Nor could customers easily vibe code their own sales management software that could compete with Salesforce on security, compliance, and other vital features. People think we have our back against the wall when in fact, oh my goodness, when in fact the opportunity has never been greater, Benioff said in an interview. An early investor in Anthropic, Salesforce has been developing and pushing its own AI tools for years. By the end of this year, it plans to unveil a new AI platform that automatically studies its users and takes actions on their behalf. What now? Oh, okay. What could go wrong? Codenamed Agent Albert, it is the culmination of an effort. If I was Albert Einstein's like heirs, I'd be so pissed. I'd be suing people all over the place. Codename Agent Albert it is the culmination of an effort that began 3 years ago when Benioff, galvanized by the debut of ChatGPT, instituted a standing Saturday meeting to accelerate Salesforce's AI efforts. What a fuckwad. What a fucking asshole. It's not that's Albert Einstein. Prove me wrong. I'm okay, but it's not. That's Albert Einstein, damn it. He had Saturday meetings. What a dick. What a dick. Mark Benioff, stop being a dick. Stop making your employees work on a Saturday. God. An earlier flagship of that push, Agent Force, has been somewhat slow to gain traction. Launched in late 2024, it is used by 23,000 customers out of the total base of 150,000 customers. That's a lot of customers to build custom autonomous agents for use in workflows. Salesforce's yearly revenue growth at around 10% is down somewhat from recent years. There are signs its most important constituency is beginning to buy what Benioff is selling. Business customers spending big on AI have increased their average median spend on Salesforce in the past 3 months by 3%, according to data from the venture capital firm Andreessen Horowitz. That's right, bitches. Mark Andreessen, the penis tip head to end all penis tip heads. Where do I have Mark? Do I have Mark here? I think I actually do have the little penis head. Where do I have him? What I call him? I don't even know. Oh, no. Did I call him? No, I didn't call him that. I might not have him. I might have lied. Damn. Okay, I don't have him. All right, I'll get him. I'll get him up here. Don't worry about it. Okay, by 3%. That is better than Zoom, Dropbox, and Adobe, although worse than Canva, Cloudflare, DocuSign, and others, right? So there you go. There's an idea of software as a service. Mike Kimborowski, a partner at Salesforce investor Chicago Capital, which recently sold shares in the company, said he has been impressed with some of its recent moves, such as deepening its integration with Anthropic's models and experimenting with new pricing structures. But what Salesforce really needs, he said, is positive word of mouth from clients, talking up the value they derive from its AI products. They need to show revolutionary jumps, he said. This is their fiscal growth. Revenue growth by fiscal year. 37% growth, 2012. but still in the 10. I mean, that's 10% growth is nothing to be ashamed about. But it's all fucking gross. Benioff had said that Salesforce was destined to be an AI-first company as far back as 2014 when it launched its AI research unit, and they all had to work Saturdays. Still, it was caught flat-footed by the arrival of high-functioning chatbots in the form of ChatGPT in late 2022. Just like those inventors that were trying to make the car fly in Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. Remember you remember when they have the professors in the dungeon and they're like the king is trying to make them make the car fly like Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, and they've been there for like years. They're all old and they have like really long beards and they don't know how to make a car fly, right? So they're just like, oh, whatever. I feel like that's what I just imagine these guys sitting around like an AI binder or something, just be going like, I don't know. I don't know. You don't? I don't know. We'll just sit here and get the paycheck. Dollar bills, y'all. Make that money. Benioff responded quickly. In early 2023, he held a 3-day meeting at Salesforce Tower in downtown San Francisco with roughly 40 executives and created an internal chat group called AI at Salesforce. God, I'm so glad I don't work in a motherfucking corporation. I swear to God, I would stab my eyes out. It could have been an email. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah. Rewriting the annual plan to make room for AI in the company's core businesses. Oh, let's just go in the room for a minute in that executive session. Okay? Let me help set the stage because I have been in so many of these types of meetings in Silicon Valley. I am going to tell you exactly some of the things that I am confident have happened. The first thing would be that they would do some kind of circle activity, right? To kind of ground everybody in the moment. I'm not going to shit you on this. And then here's what we're going to do. Then someone's going to mind map it. And they're going to have brought in really expensive facilitators from Silicon Valley. You know, they're all out there, and I know some of them, and some of them are good, and some are really not good. Anyway, and they're going to be like asking powerful questions and, you know, challenging assumptions and all of that stuff. Here's what it is, a waste of money. A waste of money. That's what it is. Thank God they didn't go to somewhere like, you know, Sea Ranch up the coast and rent that for their little 3-day junket. Because that's what they do too. Sorry, been there. This entire system of like economics has got to be turned on its head. There has got to be a revolt against the bankers and the brokers and the other people that facilitate this machine that is entirely spent to focus all the money at the top. I thought Mark Benioff was a better guy. I thought he was actually one of the good CEOs, frankly, and he might still be, but I don't know. That money, man. Power and pussy. It's all the things that drive this. It's all that drives this. I was told there would be synergy. Yeah, exactly. Well, we're going to align our synergy, right? We're going to run it up the flagpole. We're going to see who salutes. We're going to let go. Let go. What if you wouldn't fail? What if you couldn't fail? What would it look like? Let's vision board it. And then we'll mind map it. And then we'll create the workflow. And then we'll create the accountability structure. And then we'll create working agreements. And then comes the MOU. And then the check is cut. Yes. Notice we have to have the KPIs in place, the ROIs. There has to be a good ROI. And those key performance indicators, you better hit those motherfuckers, as shown in your Gantt chart. Okay. Benioff and other executives spent hours every Saturday for months working on the pivot, said Steve Fisher, president and chief product officer, recently divorced. The arrival of Agentforce the following year gave Salesforce a way to tap into rising enterprise interest in AI. It pitched customers on using the product powered by models from OpenAI, Anthropic, and other providers to create agents that could handle customer service tickets, qualified leads ahead of sales meetings, and other tasks. And those tasks aren't on my Rachi matrix. There you go. It's gross, meowing star. But early reviews were tepid. Customers complained of having to spend half their time preparing data so the AI could understand it, limiting the platform's effectiveness. Well, that's true. To help fix the problem, Salesforce built a layer of info into its tech stack that automatically pulls in customer data from external sources. Oh! Can you say Cambridge Analytica? Can you say Cambridge Analytica? Yeah. It does what now? Yeah, apparently it pulls in customer data from external sources. And it purchased a string of companies that include firms specializing in data management and AI-powered sales. Oh, rock on. An education company, Pearson. Oh, really? Pearson is evil, by the way. As a former person who ran a high school in Brooklyn, New York, I'm going to tell you right now, Pearson, who is the provider of textbooks for public schools, or at least now I think they really got energized. Pearson is a right-wing motherfucking gross organization. And their textbooks are terrible. Terrible. Oh, Tom, take care of yourself, love. I'm so sorry. Oh, that's so much. Okay, babe. See you tonight. Okay, at Discord. That's right. 6 p.m. Pacific. 6 p.m. Pacific. Oh, feel better. I'm so sorry. I feel so terrible when people have migraines. That's just terrible. But early reviews were tepid. Customers complained of, blah, 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 blah. To help fix the problem, Salesforce built a layer into its tech stack that automatically, blah, blah, blah. God, I'm so dumb. I always keep doing this. The Pearson agents now autonomously handle queries about order statuses, refunds, and lost access codes for its customers. This has increased the percentage of customer questions that don't involve human interaction by 40%, said Gabrielle Bauman, vice president at Pearson. Well, we're all going to be dealing with oh, well, that's interesting. Let me look into that for you. Shri Reddy, PenFed Credit Union Executive Vice President, said the company deployed an Agentforce agent to help its employees reset passwords and unlock accounts, reducing total IT tickets created by 40%. Where Agentforce has been lacking is in addressing complex customer problems or those that require a human touch. David Walmsley, Chief Digital and Technology Officer at Pandora Jewelry, said Agentforce hasn't been able to reliably recommend products on its own based on the vague context that customers share through its website, such as, "My wife likes dogs. What should I buy her?" Another timely action that Benioff took in early 2023 was investing in Anthropic's Series C venture funding round. Beginning with that deal, Benioff said Salesforce has invested more than $300 million in the company, which is considering an initial public offering. That's what we were talking about earlier, or they were talking about in the hearing, as soon as this year. Anthropic is currently valued at $380 billion. OpenAI is also pondering an IPO this year. So this is the cash out, or it's a cash out. Can stave off impending. Yeah, okay. Potentially more important to Salesforce than the value of its stake. And Anthropic is currently valued at $380 billion. Potentially more important to Salesforce than the value of its stake is the relationship Anthropic makes a practice of partnering with sector-leading companies for product announcements, which can otherwise spook markets into punishing companies seen as standing to be affected. In February, when the two companies announced that the new version of Claude, Cowork, would integrate with Salesforce apps, Salesforce shares jumped 4%. Salesforce also uses OpenAI models for Agentforce, and OpenAI, like Anthropic, uses the Salesforce-owned workplace app Slack, which Salesforce is making into a primary interface for its AI tools. Ugh, I hate Slack. Salesforce would have invested in OpenAI, but the startup's initial contract with Microsoft prohibited such a deal, Benioff said. Arguing against the idea that Salesforce's customers could use Claude Code or OpenAI's alternative Codex to vibe code replacements for Salesforce, Benioff said their needs around brand safety, data security, and industry-specific compliance make that risky, and Salesforce's deep experience in those areas indispensable. Agents created within Agentforce are constrained by custom business rules that Salesforce calls scaffolding. For instance, when the recruiting firm Adecco uses Agentforce agents to screen candidates, they are automatically trained to follow all of its compliance requirements. A human recruiter is still significantly involved in the hiring process. Yeah, this is how nobody gets a job interview, by the way, just so you know. In a note to clients, Stifel investment analyst Jay Parker Lane and Jack McShane echoed this logic, noting that agent operations are occurring in high-stakes customer interaction environments. Oh, wait, did I miss something? Oh, yeah, he went okay. While the market is noisy with startups, Salesforce is winning deals because CIOs and CTOs prefer a unified platform that integrates agents, actions, data, and workflows. I mean, you would probably be surprised at how many organizations or stores or nonprofits or anything you deal with uses a Salesforce product to manage communication with you. You might be surprised. It's a very embedded software in organizations, at least that I've been. I mean, almost every organization was either in Salesforce or transitioned to Salesforce. So anyway, I don't know, but that was a long time ago, so it could be different now. But I think it's like a bit of an 800-pound gorilla, if you will, when it comes to that kind of customer management, relationship management. I know. I'm sorry. This is probably so boring. I'm so sorry. I hope it's not. I just kind of dig this stuff. I just need to. I don't know. I don't know why. Nearly a year ago. However much customers might warm to Agentforce and the new agent Albert, it doesn't do Salesforce much good if it's charging by the seat while customers use AI to do more work with fewer employees. That's right, because they charge per user license. And that's how Salesforce can make their money, is the number of licenses for people to access the database. And so if they have less employees, that's going to hurt Salesforce's revenue model. So why would they, So anyway, nearly a year ago, the company launched a hybrid pricing model in which companies can still pay for seat licenses for its products, but pay more for Agentforce based on consumption. Oh. The company says it prices per action taken by its agents and also offers a license agreement that enables customers to go wall to wall. I don't know what that means. For looking for a new way to quantify the value its agents create for customers, it introduced a tracking metric this year called Agentic Work Unit, which says it measures the conversion of generative AI capabilities into tangible results like resolving customer cases. Oh, great. That's awesome. Or updating records, which, of course, there are already bulk processes to do that. But okay, why not have a robot do it? And I know it's not a robot. I'm just trying to say. Oh, I'm glad. Thank you, Maui. I appreciate it. In its latest quarterly earning report, Salesforce said it had processed 2.4 billion AWUs. I don't know what that means. Increasing 57% quarter over quarter. That's fucking huge. Whatever it is, that's pretty huge. Oh, I guess that's an agentic work unit. I'm so sorry. Salesforce said it had, if they're charging by the work unit, holy shit. 57% growth in the basically in the use of the agents by their customers from one quarter to the next. Holy shitballs. Oh boy. Oh yeah, he's marked with a C. Just get it right, bitches. Let me go ahead and take it off the screen because now we can just relax. I've really taken you down as many rabbit holes as I possibly could. I'm so sorry. Please buy my book. I don't have a book. Don't buy it. Also listening with interest, notwithstanding spotty awareness. Yeah, I just don't want to. Yeah, it's kind of esoteric, I guess. You know, it's kind of like out there and not. People aren't really. It just kind of fascinates me because I was in that world and I just am interested. I'm also interested in what are CEOs doing that can control things when it comes to our and. Oh, I love it, Jane. I love that you can nap. Oh, that makes me so happy, actually. Oh, Mobley versus Workday. Yeah. It's the weather. Oh, I think that's nice. That's snuggly. It's Higa. That's very Higa. But I'm done reading you financial blah, blah, blah. I know there's a big old world out there. Yeah, CEOs are following trends and I don't know. It's just, I would not know about the private equity market if I didn't see some stories about, potential trouble ahead. If you, kind of, and the way they talk about private equity, it's fucked Financial Tuesday. Exactly. You're so welcome, Teresa. I can't remember now what I was going to say. Anyway, it doesn't matter. The way they talk about private equity reminds me of the big economic problems of 2008, and that's why it seems like something we should at least have a basic awareness of. There's no reason to get deep in the weeds, but I did kind of weed you today, didn't I? I tried to drag you into the weeds. But I'm done doing that. Do you think anything will come of Dump's market manipulation? Gosh, I hope so. The problem is that the SEC is really kind of gutted at this point. I don't think there's a lot of SEC accountability happening. So I don't know. Anthropic's Mythos apparently revealed thousands of zero-day vulnerabilities in core software, the stuff that runs things behind the scenes. Zero-day are previously unknown, unexploited vulnerability. I mean, it's not good. It's not good. But, I don't know. I mean, it's not doom and gloom. It's just kind of a state of the state. And this is where we're at. And, I hope for the best. Vote for what you can. Pick your issue that you really care about. I know it's hard. But there you go. Anyway. Well, tonight we are having a movie. It's Tuesday documentary night. Yeah, documentary. Get out of here, Kevin. Get out of here, Kevin. Where are you? Let me get the mime off there. Get out of here. Get out of here, nut. Yeah, it is sad. Everything is sad. There's a lot of sad things in the world. And the only reason I think it's good to know what the billionaires are doing, because I think there's a time coming when the billionaires will have their reckoning, and we need to be into that. A trend line can be seen, though, in which most of a full-time job is spent waiting for the critical mandatory update to install right now. Yeah, anybody counted that? Anyway. Tonight we're having a documentary. It's called Natchez. It's about Natchez, Mississippi, and the racial divides in a town where a lot of the white population is very much stuck in antebellum South, and to their detriment, undoubtedly. And so apparently this is a new documentary called Natchez, and we will be watching it tonight in Discord, which you can find the links on my Blue Sky later today and on my YouTube channel in the community posts, and take a look. No, it's not a replay. It's a new one. I know. I was going to play it. Then I thought it wasn't available, and then I found it was available. So now I'm just, and if I find out for some reason that it's not available, I'm going to be really mad. And I'm going to have to pick something else. Anyway. Just here, though, at the mom's basement couch. That's right. I am counting. It was a bait and switch. Okay, that's what it was. It was a Lolo bait and switch. I didn't mean to do it. I didn't do it. Anyway, thank you so much for coming today and for indulging me for Jesus Christ, 4.5 hours. I'm so sorry. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you learned something. I did. And I'm really glad that you were here. Thank you so much. I can't tell you how much I do appreciate people coming. I really do. Thank you so much. And for the beautiful interactions in chat. I'm always so grateful. So grateful. The Dancing Outlaw is always fun if you need a last minute. Okay, honey. I got it. Yes, you all have a great rest of your day too. And I will see you later.